Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide.
5, 4, 3. Guys, Glitter.
Aw, crap.
No, Glitter, this is Rich. Josh isn't here today. Rude.
No, I don't mean that. Guys, we're live. The show has started already.
Yeah, the show is starting right now. I'm about to drop this tower, Rich.
Literally no chance, dude. You're done.
No way. Come on.
I don't think that's how this works, guys.
But this is a kite here, Glitter.
Yeah, whatever. Just roll something.
Yeah, Cam, I don't think that's going to work. You're going to have to roll A12. Yeah. No. No. Okay.
Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already, emotional work and devotion. We put in this time, look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. Take us down, keep fighting.
To draw.
Yeah.
We call it a draw.
You know what? That's fair. It's a
Yeah?
draw.
Draw?
Rare, but fair.
Fair.
Yeah, cool.
You guys are good?
Yeah, we're fine.
We're okay now. We're okay
All right. Guys, thank you so much for bearing with us. Welcome back live from Burbank, California. We're at it again with the Snapdragon Pro Series. And today, the name of the game is Clash Royale. Split 2 finals are here, and it's time for us to crown another champion. I'm your host, Glitter Explosion, and in case you didn't see all that, I'm joined today by Rich and Andrew. Guys, you feel good that you got that out of the way now?
It's a long-going, half-decade-long battle, and we're dead even at 50-50.
Yep, that's very important.
That sounds like an incredibly accurate statistic. Well, we have an awesome day of all sorts of Clash Royale action here for all of you guys in chat. And before we dive into all that, in case you're new here and you're wondering what Split 2 Open Finals are, or how this whole thing works, we're going to have the boys here break this down a little bit for you guys so you can see exactly what our players went through to get here.
That's right, you heard Glitter. This is Series 2 of Split 2, the Snapdragon Pro Series. We had 6 weeks of open competition. The 6 winners of each set competition got a ticket right on through to today. The other 10 qualified based off of points to get us to our 16-player single elimination bracket. Best of 3s, of course, in dual mode. But Rich, you know how unforgiving single elimination can be.
And this bracket is brutal. Lots of newcomers getting thrown in with some of the big-time sharks. Mini Minter back in the mix. The popular content creator Boss in there as well. Bruzani, but that bottom half, Magma and Ian in the first round. Someone big is going home. Whoever wins that might have to go through our defending champ Arden Toas in our semifinals.
Yeah, and you talk about that bracket, specifically that part of the bracket with Ian and Magma. Only the top 8 get to walk away with any cash today. The big part of that prize goes to whoever's in first place, $4,000. Arden Toas looking to double that up. Hopefully then 2, then 1, all the way down to 500 for our bottom 4 in the top 8.
Yeah, there is a lot on the line for our players here today. And since you are the fresh face on the desk this time around, Rich, I want to pick your brain a little bit here. Okay, we do this every single time, so I need you to tell me who your player to watch today is.
It has to be Ian77 for me, a guy who has, in the last year or so, become the top player out of the US of A. Took that over. Air Surfer might have something to say about that, but honestly, right now, Ian, best hog player on the planet. Been making a run in a lot of big-time tournaments, top 16, Queso Cup Gold Edition, top 14, Brenchon Cup Golden Edition. Won a qualifier here. This guy is looking for a lot.
Absolutely. You talk about the 8 top 10 ladder finishes. It seems like it's a guy that can always finish in the top 10 if he really wants to. And Hog Rider, as you mentioned, Rich, back in the meta. Giant Skeleton, Hog Rider, Earthquake, Archer Queen have created this beautiful synergy together. I'm curious to see if we'll see Ian rock that at all.
It's certainly a possibility. Of course, his deck pool has gotten bigger, as is necessary for a competitive player. That depth is required. I think that we're going to see a lot more from Ian this year. He's hungry, he's ready, he's my guy today.
Definitely a very recognizable name, and I like that pick, okay? Starting off strong with that one. I mean, I have to ask the same question of you, Andrew, and you've got to feel good because you are coming off of a solid prediction the first time around, so can you go 2 for 2?
Yes, and I will do it with my boy Arden Toas. I am 1 for 1. I'm 100% clip right now. Arden, one of the best players we've seen kind of emerge over the last 6-7 months, if you want to throw in World Finals there as well. You can see right here, 15-4 in sets throughout the competition. He's had a top 6 ladder finish, but it's really all about what he started doing at the end of last year. In round 8 of CRL, he got 2nd place. Then he went on to get 2nd place at the Queso Cup Golden Edition, $15,000 there. How about 1st place here at the Snapdragon Pro Series Split 1? Rich, this guy is all over the place, but you were telling me a little bit about some struggles he was having in the Masters Challenge.
And that's the interesting factor here. Arden's a young kid, turned 16 late last year. Masters Challenge group stage. Each group had 6 players in it, and the top 4 went on to finals, and he didn't make top 4. You saw him get emotional. You saw him lose focus as that went on. And of course, that's the youth there. But going into something like today, you got to wonder if he's shaken that or if that's carried over to today. And that's the big X factor with Arden in this competition.
Yeah, Arden's my boy. Let's see if he can shake off those little bit of rust from the previous competition and get back to fighting form as he did in our first split here.
All right, some really, really solid predictions out of you guys, but it's still anybody's game. It is the era of everyone. We've been saying it the entire time. And we've got some matchups right around the corner today. Now, we will be showing 4 of these matchups before we continue to move through that bracket. Okay, now the first one for the day, it's actually going to be Harold and Mini. That's what we're starting everything off with. And let's start deep diving Harold first.
Harold's got some skills, right? He made his big competitive sort of coming out party at the KSL Cup Golden Edition, top 16 there, where he did lose to Arden Toas in that first round. 8.4K player, top 200 on ladder. The kid can certainly play, but the question is, can he play at this level? Already in this competition in the qualifiers, lost to Ian, lost to Boss, lost to Magma. So the question now, we know he's better than the rest. Can he be as good as the best?
Yeah, you know, 8.4K on ladder. He's a person that's played very well in the global tournaments, getting a top 50-ish finish there. But second major tournament, that's it. He's a guy that doesn't have a ton of experience, so you never know how they're going to do after they drop game 1 in a best-of-3 set in single elimination, or how much work or how many people does he have working behind him with analysts. Whereas on the other side of this, who Harold's going up against in Mini Minter is someone who honestly I think could probably make it through our stage of 16 without an analyst, but I do truly believe if Mini wants to get to where he needs to be in his career, he needs a great team working behind him, and he needs to figure out how to get a grasp of every single meta and become a top-tier player, Rich.
And that's the question you bring up, right? The most important question is, where is his career now? Because this time last year, he was dominating it in those early couple of rounds of CRL Open qualifiers, for those monthly qualifiers. Then the meta changed, and Mini pretty much just fell off the map for the rest of the qualifier season, and then had a very rude awakening at World Finals that year. Mini Minter's a guy whose stocks seem to be on the rise, and this is a big question today of us evaluating where does his stock fall right now.
Yeah, you know, it really did feel like it for so long. He got 16th place in our World Finals last year. Of course, he got first place in the Clash Stars event, but he was with Surgical Goblin and Mohammed Light. When you talk about what he did in our last split here at SPS, he was our 3rd seed. He ended up finishing right outside or in that top 4, but he's just not a guy that you expect to be doing that, especially in competitions like these where there's a lot more people trying to make a name for themselves. It feels like Mini should always be up in that top 3 conversation, but we'll see today.
All right, what I'm getting out of that is that this first matchup is going to be a fantastic way to kick off the day. It's going to keep things nice and interesting, which means that it's time for me to ask you guys your opinions. Who do you think, chat, is going to be coming out on top in our first matchup of the day? We're going to be running a poll for you down below in Twitch chat. Let us know. Will it be Harold? Will it be Mini? And I might have to ask the same just gut reaction from you two for this first matchup too. And don't worry, it's not set in stone because you do have your team to watch, so that's the real one.
This is the best.
That's the real one.
I have to go with Mini Minter, both on the experience side of it, and also Harold's deck pool so far has shown to be fairly shallow. Expect RG AQ Fishboy from him, expect Hog EQ from him, and I bet you Mini Minter gets in front of that.
All right, here we go. Match 1, game 1, set 1. This is how we're starting our day here in the Snapdragon Pro Series Split 2 of North America. Harold, bottom of your screen, Mini Minter at the top.
You know, I say what I think Harold's going to be, and then it looks like lava with the Tombstone and Skelly Drag. So could be off. Mini Minter may be running Drill Cycle, or potentially people have been running some more actual kind of classic Battle Ram variations. But no, it's going to be Drill Cycle, Magic Archer, maybe NATO in here as the minor for what we expect to be lava comes out for Harold.
Yeah, I love what I'm seeing so far here. You look at all the cards that Mini's got rocking here with the Magic Archer, the Barrel, and the Dark Prince with the NATO. That's great synergy altogether. Of course, Cannon Cart comes out, but Cannon Cart, one of the best cards in the game, and that was one of the better NATOs we've seen in a really long time, Rich. I love that play and a great connection.
That was nice, but he is really thirsty now.
Yeah.
I mean, Flying Machine on tower, a billion skeletons, This is going to at least take the lead back, if not really put this thing all the way down. And now the miner comes out and tanks. Doesn't quite get the tower down, but 2 more shots, at least maybe 3, going to put this thing right around 300 HP. And Mini Minter, some fancy footwork early, gets tripped up and is now way behind.
We've seen this happen many, many times before. You see that heads-up play come out, that opportunity. Yeah, this is great. I'm definitely going to get on tower here. Problem is, we're still in single elixir, so making that kind of overcommitment that early on, you're going to get punished for it. And now Mini has a really, really tough uphill battle for the rest of this game. Harold doesn't even need to play Lava if that's what he's rocking, and I actually would suggest against it unless we get into a 2-tower situation. Right now, it's just going to be all about Miner Chip and whatever spell he has. It should be an easy game 1.
You got to imagine that now Harold just kind of sits on that, and no, he lavas up into that right-hand corner. Very interesting. I guess he feels like he has that left-hand corner taken care of. My thought here is that Harold kind of sits on that Skeleton King, although he might have to play it a little bit earlier depending on this push, and he gets it out early, and now his best counter to the drill is out. We might see a drill behind all this.
Yeah, Magic Archer lines up there, and that Tombstone was kind of a really interesting interaction. Cannon Cart's going to connect, and this is kind of what I was talking about. So Miner's going to go to the opposite side, but now 637 remains on that bottom right-hand tower. Only tough thing is for Mini here is he's only got 30 seconds remaining, and he's got no direct tower damage.
Yeah, and NATO, you see again, not being available to pull and reset all this stuff. He's just been thirsting the entire time.
Yeah.
NATO's being used really aggressively, offensively in this matchup. This is not a good matchup for Mini Minter. It's one that can be won with the right kind of defense. We actually saw that recently, but oh my word, look at this. 450 on the right-hand side, 372 on the bottom. Magic Archer does not get the geometry though, and that might be the nail in the coffin. Can Mini Minter? Nope, cannot get that tower down.
You know, it's one of those things where there was really no reason to get that aggressive that early on for Mini, and I love the heads-up play there by Harold, recognizing when this bar barrel comes down on this defense, he goes, all right, that bar barrel is another sign of a bit of an overcommitment, right? It's super late, it drops before the bridge, it's not going to cause any damage on the other side, so what does that mean? That means you can send in 3 more elixir to keep the punishment up. So Mini Minter has a fun-to-watch NATO that gets rid of the Tombstone Skeletons, but then he, like you said, Rich, he's just in the deficit for the rest of this game.
This is it's a hard situation, right? You don't have a ton of great air counters. Your building doesn't counter air. All you have is the E-Wiz, the Magic Archer, and the NATO. He's using that NATO on offense. That E-Wiz gets just annihilated by those pushes. It's a tough spot. We've seen it defended, but it's going to be the cards have to fall the right way for that to happen.
Well, the biggest mistake there when you look at the cards and when we look at these decks is the fact that there is no big spell, right? So how can Mini Minter take that information and run with it? It's exactly like you're saying. Sometimes in the most popular decks that are comprised somewhat like this, there is no Electro Wizard. It's just the Magic Archer and the NATO and the Drill as your kind of air defenses. In this situation, he had the E-Wiz, he had the Magic Archer, he had the NATO, and there was no big spell on the other side of it. So you just need to slow your roll a little bit, right? Slow it down so that you can defend better, because if you can get both those units on the board and all that your opponent can do is arrow them, they can defend. They really can.
Yeah.
Or at least better than he did.
I mean, Dark Prince is an interesting call on that one, right? Because that same general construction often has the Royal Ghost instead of Dark Prince, which gives you a cheaper option to put opposite lane pressure and a faster option. You don't have to deal with wait for the Dark Prince to charge up like you do with the Royal Ghost. It just slides right on through. This made it a little bit slower, made it a little bit thirstier, and I think it's because he's saving Royal Ghost for something else, maybe for a Royal Giant deck, something like that.
Yeah.
I've never liked the Dark Prince version of this deck very much, and in this matchup in particular, I think it hurt him.
Yeah, it really did not work, making that just a bit heavier. You can see it's a 3.8 cycle as opposed to 3.9, but of course that 3.9 deck has that big Lava Hound in it, a big-time tank. These decks, I guess maybe the one from Mini is a little bit more popular now in terms of the meta shifting, but we haven't even talked too much about how the meta changed radically 2 days ago, and it really does seem like the card that got the best boost is the Electro Giant. So I was actually a little surprised to see Harold rock the Skeleton King in game number 1, because it is one of those cards that doesn't do as well in an Electro Giant meta, but no Electro Giant in play, all good for Harold.
Yeah, I mean, the Lava Hound, Harold obviously going something a little more simple in terms of his gameplay style. We'll see if he does have the pieces to go there. He just did not play NATO in game number 1. Of course, that being out for Mini Minter means most likely not playing Electro Giant. And here we go, Harold splitting bats behind King Tower as we open up game number 2.
Earthquakes out both directions. You wonder if maybe we'll see some Hog Rider here.
Yeah, maybe some minor mortar out of Harold looking like,
yeah,
potentially.
And then on the top, it could be that Giant Skeleton Hog deck that we were talking about. So far things looking good for both of us in terms of calling it. And it is a Hog on the bottom as well. And interesting, probably going to be Royal Giant at the top of our screen. And once we see that Fish Boy come out, no King Tower activation though, bummer.
King Tower activation here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. First matchup of the day. And at the moment, it is Mini Minter putting down the pressure on the board. He might take the lead here with the Fish Boy on the left-hand side, and he does not quite. 25-72 to 26-66.
Yeah, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, think Snapdragon. And right now, winning really matters for Mini Minter. He does not want to go home after our opening 2 games of the day. Remember, this is a guy that finished in second place in our first round of CRL last season, 6th place in our second round. He went to 16th place at World Finals, going down in our round of 16 with no prize to boot. That's a tough look.
I am really curious. I mean, you know, the EQ leans you heavily towards Hog. The bats is why I was saying I thought this might be Mortar.
Same.
But then, of course, he played Miner in game number 1, so there goes my memory.
Yeah, the dual mode definitely complicated it for us a bit, but I was actually in the agreement with you. I was thinking it could be Hog, but then I was like, you know what? It is weird when you see Hog with bats, but Harold, you know, looking to run something maybe just a little bit different after success in game number 1, trying to maybe leave some of those cards open.
So we said the 2 main things we'd see Harold going to were Hog EQ and RG AQ Fish Boy. And right now, Harold getting one of those 2 done. So very possible. You know, it'd be interesting to see if he does go to RG in game number 3 if we do get there. For now, though, nice little King Tower activation for Mini Minter. For now, it is Mini Minter running the Royal Giant Archer Queen with the Fisherman.
And that King Tower activation is going to help out, right? Those Hogs getting on tower are going to get just half a shot, 1 shot less. Not the exact same as the King Tower activation when you have RG in play.
And now let's see how well Mini has this set up, because it looks like he did. Yes, there you go. That Fisherman pull on the Hog Rider kind of requires you're hovering that Fisherman in that fifth square away from the bridge. If you can get that hover and get that pickup, you can prevent all the damage, and you saw Mini Minter doing it perfectly there.
Tough stuff there on the left-hand side. Harold not wanting to play that Tesla because of the big push on the right with the Fish Boy and that Giant Skeleton. 1745 is the lowest tower on the field, unless that Hog gets a second hit with that Hunter right up in its grill.
Wow, absolute wow. Here we go, sudden death overtime. At the moment, things still looking pretty good for Mini Minter.
Yeah.
But Harold's starting to put that pressure on.
That was a really nice Electro Spirit and Earthquake combination to get some good damage on that tower, clean up the defense, and get the overspend out of Harold. So now Harold has a split lane push coming in, but that Valkyrie really does not matter. And now I think we'll see the King. There we go. Yep, King hit in.
Well, that Valk, you know, the idea with that Valk was to hopefully make some room for that Hog Rider on the right-hand side with the Fish Boy being distracted. Doesn't get the job done. We are still pretty close, and keep in mind, as we get down the stretch, it is Harold who has the building to stop more against that RG, and who has the faster cycle here to get more EQ damage on that right-hand side.
But when these big pushes get built up like we're looking right now, we could see an RG go down opposite lane with that EQ taking the Tesla out of play. There it goes.
There you go, right there.
And look at that. Giant Skeleton is on the tower. So's the AQ. AQ might be able to hit a second ability. No, but Fish Boy's in tow. This is trouble for Harold.
Oh, and the Electro Spirit goes too high. Fisherman pulls it away. RG shreds that left-hand tower, and we are going to game number 3.
And it was a really fun kind of evolution of Mini Minter's gameplay that we saw. He goes, okay, all I need to do is get a good push going on the right-hand side that's going to take an overcommitment out of my opponent. And then he's left kind of wanting on the left, because what does he have? Basically, every time he's looking at a Tesla and Bats. So EQ and Electro Spirit are always going to do great work there, because he needs the DPS of that AQ and the Valkyrie in the opposite lane. He needs it over there taking down that Giant Skeleton.
So game number 2 matchup, Harold running Hog Rider, Earthquake, Archer Queen. Archer Queen now also off the board for Mini Minter in this one as well, the EQ on that one on top of it. So now we get into deck pool questions for game number 3, right? Mini Minter, obviously very deep with his deck pool, although of course certain metas have punished him. Harold, the number 1 deck he would go to in a tough situation is that Royal Giant Archer Queen deck, which he does not have available now. So the question is, does he go RG with a Golden Knight instead, or do we start looking at things like, you might say Splash Yard? He plays a lot of Splash Yard as well, but Tombstone's out on top of that.
Yeah, and he doesn't have Miner, right, like he talked about before. So that's really tough, because what would work with that Miner is he'd be able to play some sort of Miner control with the building, because I do think if I'm Mini Minter after the success that he had in the game that we just saw, is that he goes heavy again. I want to see Electro Giant. It's the strongest card in the game right now. It's available. The cards that surround it are available. I want to see it in this game because I think the macro understanding of Clash Royale leans in favor of Mini.
There's one question there, though. He played NATO in game number 1.
I know.
So how do you? What's the Electro Giant deck you play right now without Tornado in it?
There's a great one with Rocket, and there's a good one with Lightning. So I would say since the NATO's out of play, I know it's not great, but I would probably go with the Lightning one instead of the Rocket. You're not going to get as much value if you can't NATO Rocket altogether. Obviously, pulling everything together when you're playing Electro Giant is kind of crucial, but you can also spell cycle and defend heavily. There's great cards that surround it in the bomber and in a building, especially Inferno Tower. We've been seeing more and more of that lately. I just like the idea of Mini going heavier and going stronger because I think when it comes down to micro interactions and a macro understanding of the game, he should have Herald beat there.
Yeah, I mean, he should. But again, we talked about how Mini stock going down. Herald stock kind of going up. We've just saw my earpiece popping out here for a second. There we go. Now I can hear you. We just saw Herald kind of on the upswing here, and here we go jumping into game number 3. Mini Minter going with the Fire Spirit, and Herald going Golden Knight to open. He has been playing Drill NATO, so this could be a direction. This might be that Drill NATO deck, which strong deck for him. It's one he gets a lot of reps with. And that's what I'm thinking we're seeing from Herald now.
And it looks like we could be seeing a form of Mortar here. There's a deck for a while that had Musketeer, Poison, Mortar, but instead, no, he's going Bomb Tower. So this could just be a control deck. I'm curious to see what else Mini's going to bring out.
I mean, Minor Poison with the Inferno Tower has been popular as of late with a lot of these players. It's starting to make it a little bit of a comeback, and Herald has been playing that. Obviously, Mini Minter is the one playing Minor this case around, so maybe he's just going with Bomb Tower instead. Thought maybe Herald might go Royal Hogs, going Fireball bait, but obviously not the case here. And it's an interesting Drill NATO variation. Nice King Tower activation there. A little fast and loose with the Miners early on.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, that Miner going up high on top of that Bomber to keep it from getting on tower was a really, really nice play. But like you said, because of where it was dropped, it's an easy King Tower activation. And as of right now, it does look like Miner is the win condition for the moment. We could be seeing something else as that 8th card, but with that King Tower activated, a NATO in play, and a bunch of great cards to get on top of the Miner, this is going to be a tough uphill battle for Herald or for Mini.
Yeah, I mean, the Bomb Tower is the really interesting call here. Now, to be fair, Bomb Tower might be better against Drill to a certain respect, but you look at the other cards that we're talking about in the Golden Knight and the Giant Skeleton, that's where you really want that Inferno Tower here.
Exactly.
So, curious choices. Bomb Tower not popular in the meta right now. Very, very interesting choice here for Mini Minter.
Giant Skeleton is everywhere right now, and I always find this fascinating when a meta shifts drastically towards a card that was not touched in the balance changes, right? It's all the things that have happened around it, especially towards the end of last season. It felt like Giant Skeleton was everywhere, and here we go. You love that NATO pull, but ready to go is Mini Minter to catch that Golden Knight dash.
I mean, what a sacrifice there with the Musketeer. So many players would be afraid to sacrifice a Musketeer up high like that. You know, she's your biggest damage dealer in this deck, but 4 Elixir to stop that 4+1 with the dash ability and save all that tower damage. The right call by Mini paid off nicely, and he is maintaining an ever so slight lead right until that drill comes up.
And this is what I like to see in Mini in this game is he's slowed down. He's letting Herald come to him time and time again. But like we said before, if Miner is his only win condition, which is feeling more and more like that, you don't want to be 500 HP down working in the same lane, and there's the poison. So it is Miner poison control, as we thought it was, but Mini in the hold just a bit.
I'm just still not getting the Bomb Tower twist.
Same.
It has to just be a missed
nice
piece of
lineup.
analysis. Oh yeah, that does get some real nice damage there. Snowball creates the separation. Veteran move there by Mini Minter to get that separation up, but Fireball gonna come in. The Magic Archer goes down a half step early. Does that Giant Skeleton? Did the guards?
Man.
Yeah, wow. That's a big old wow. Mini Minter here just holding on by a thread.
Yeah, I mean, you got 1 minute and 35 remaining. He's got no champion either. I mean, get a champion in there. Even the Mighty Miner would be nice to help that cycle improve. You get a 3-card cycle, you get more of those miners down on the board. But right now, Mini is putting himself in a situation where he just needs to outplay his opponent no matter what the matchup is. And that's not where you really want to be right now.
I understand picking a no champion deck in game number 1.
Yes.
It makes it so hard to game plan for your opponent, even technically in game number 2 if you feel like you have a really good read. Game number 3, it just like you said, it feels like you're taking out something that gives you so much value in a game where your opponent already has 16 cards of information.
And especially in a situation where you're trying to cycle rapidly, because that really, really helps you get more miners and more poisons on the board. Now, while we're talking, look at that. Golden Knight connects on the tower, so does a Goblin. You're down by pretty much, they've got twice as much HP as you, and you've got Miner to get on the tower. This feels like it might be all sewn up for our boy Mini Minter.
705 to 1382. Magic Archer does not get the lineup because of that Musketeer in the middle. So again, it's Mini Minter making really great defensive plays to save situations you wish you weren't in the first place.
But this is like what I was saying before we came into the match, man, is he got a better understanding of the macro, and he's got more experience with the micro. Put yourself in a better situation to win this game.
That NATO from Herald was fancy. Pulls the Valkyrie up to the middle, completely away. The drill pops, damage in. GG, well played. Herald guarantees himself at least $500 moving on to that bracket.
Now, we've talked about this year after year after year. Outplayability, right? Rock those decks where you can outplay them. This is exactly that for Mini Minter. The problem is you don't need to put yourself in a situation where you have to outplay your opponent. Put yourself in a situation where you're rocking some of the best cards in the meta against a guy that's more inexperienced than you, a guy that's got his back up against the wall. Maybe he's nervous about being eliminated. All of those things, but Mini going with an interesting bomb tower here as opposed to Inferno Tower. No champion. He really hamstrung himself.
Well, here you look at it, right? Because he played Skeleton King in game number 1, so he didn't have that as an option in place for the Valk. Maybe he put him on Drill, and then he played Archer Queen in game number 2.
Golden Knight that, bro. Just a Golden Knight in there.
Yeah, it's just a question of how does Golden Knight fit in here, right? And that's you fit Golden Knight in favor of the Valkyrie.
Yeah.
But even then, like you're still single targeting versus he needed something for that drill.
That's what the dash is for. The dash is perfect for cleaning up that drill, but so are the guards. Guards are really great for the drill. He's got a Fire Spirit. He's got a Snowball. He's got so many responses. Whew, Glitter, it's heated. It's only set number 1.
Yeah.
You know, I was going to let you guys go on longer because I felt like you were really deep diving what was happening and all the potential changes that could have been made to better Mini's performance. But in the end, Herald comes out on top. Strong performance to start off the day. We said that was going to be the case.
Yep.
And, I mean, it went to 3. That did not happen last time.
It really didn't. I think in our whole day, we had 1 or 2 games that we got going to the 3rd and final game of the set. Now we're starting off early.
I know. It's a fantastic day. I knew it was going to happen. So let's check back in with our brackets so you guys can see what has been going on. Obviously, Herald will be moving on in the matchup that we just watched. And in the meantime, you can see some other players are making their way through the bracket as well. You've got Chris, who will be going up against Herald now. And then down there at the bottom, or in the middle, I should say, you've got Bruzani, who has also made their way through. So things are moving, and you see, we said it, last time we saw lots of 2-0s. The rest of those matchups were 2-0s. We got the one that went to 3. Okay, we know how to go for the entertainment, but it's time for yet another match, okay? We got to talk about our next matchup. This time around, it's actually going to be the matchup that you see on the bracket there between Boss CR and Damien. So that's going to determine who's going up against Bruzani. Already made their way through. We're going to start off by talking about Boss CR.
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest names in the game, right? Especially in the US, especially in the content creator space. But now he's starting to show up more and more in the competitive scene this year.
111,000 subs on YouTube, 56K followers on Twitch. Been a popular content creator for a very, very long time. But Boss has never quite gotten the competitive success that he wants. Top 5 on ladder, he wants that number 1. No Tilt World Championship last year, 4th place in the world. So the kid's shown he can play. I mean, I think of him as a kid still, but
well, to us, they're all kids.
He's like a man now. He's a full-grown dude. But he's put himself in a position to have moments of greatness. It's just the chips have never fallen the way that he wants them, but it feels like he's continuing to put that pedal to the metal and keep on growing in the positive way.
I think the biggest knock against Boss is his deck pool, right? He's a guy that loves heavy, he loves giant, he loves royal giant. Yeah. Can he go fast and loose? Can he maybe adjust to one of these crazy bridge spam decks that don't have direct tower damage, something that would just maybe make it a little bit harder to game against him? And then Damien on the other side of it, not a lot that we know about him, right? He had a top 500 ladder finish, 527th back in September of 2018, though, and his next closest ladder finish was also back in 2018. He's got an 8101 personal best, but we did see him pop up last year in round 8 of CRL in 36th place. Now, we didn't get to cast any of his matches, but he still got to that spot, and that's a very difficult thing to do.
Damien's been competing since 2019. He's been involved in the scene a lot. he's been involved at a certain level between Liga Mexicana, with Sandstorm in existence, playing with Liga Profesional, the esports, right? He's been through that. But then you look at also where he went in this tournament. He went far in all the qualifiers, but lost to Arden twice, Betfis, and 2 other guys, Victor and Diego, who are in this tournament. He's another guy who is better than the rest, but can he compete with the best?
There's really only one way to find out.
And that way is going to be watching them go up against each other in the next matchup. That is right around the corner. Oh, man. You know, if anything, if this is how we're going to start off the day, I'm hoping that this is another one that is incredibly, incredibly close across the board. Because then as we move forward through that bracket, like I said, we already saw that Bruzani is now going to be playing the winner of this next matchup. I mean, I'm excited. The day's just getting better already.
And Bruzani's a great player.
Yeah.
He's someone that we've seen more and more over the last couple of years.
guys
He's been
both
picking.
love
Yeah, we're like, all right, let's go.
Who talks about Brew now?
Yeah.
He's a top 5 player in the U.S. We'll see where he comes in, but of course we have more other Clash Royale coming that way. So we'll have to wait for Bruzani. Bruzani. Who
knows?
We'll have to wait for Brew for a little while longer. Right now, Boss, one of the most popular players in America, up against Damien. Can he kill the Boss fanboys, or will Boss reign supreme and move on to those quarterfinals?
Here we go. Royal Giant most likely at the top of your screen. Boss looking like he's going to go with Drill Cycle, although he does bust out Flying Machine. Not as popular in those decks, so maybe seeing a bit of a swerve here.
Very, very possible. Giant Skeleton comes down, so feeling like a little RG out of Damien, who primarily his #1 deck lately has been Drill Mortar. That's been where he's going, but this RG EQ most likely in here is on his main deck pool list. Not one of the ones he goes to consistently, though.
I was going to say, this looks like it could be Royal Hog's recruits. Once we saw the Flying Machine come down, definitely feels that way with the Zappies. We see a bit of a tower trade situation idea going in there as the Royal Hogs go all out on the right-hand side. You see that late Gob Cage plus the Barbarian there for pretty good cleanup, and Boss finds himself in the lead. Nice trade.
1794 to 2073 as we go past the midway point of regulation time. You were mentioning it earlier, Damien, with that 8101 personal best. Does have a top 600 finish on ladder, but that big one, kind of like under the radar, was finishing pretty high on the regular season points for CRL last year.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he was there battling for it, right? Just trying to make it on through, and like we said, in round 8, he was in that top 50, number 36 to be precise. And here we go.
There
Royal
goes
recruits, plus Hogs, plus Flying Machine. We know this formula very, very well. Tough thing for Damien is he's got very little splash damage in his entire deck.
I mean, that's one half of the toughness. Other half of it is Flying Machine with apparently no Fireball, right?
Yep.
He's probably rocking the EQ variation. Or, I mean, he could be rocking Lightning, but this one typically runs EQ. But his only answer for that Flying Machine is Zappies, Hunter, and kind of Electro Spirit, which is a brutal answer for what can be one of the most punishing cards in the game.
Yeah, that's the toughest thing, because when you're looking here at the splash damage that Damien does have, it's the Hunter. But what you need to do is play that Hunter right underneath the Flying Machine to take it out of play. But you want to save that Hunter to get on top of the Hogs, because Fishboy is not going to do a good job. So right now, Boss is just on cruise control. He's not worried about it. Yes, that Royal Giant can keep coming down in the left-hand lane, but he's got so many great responses to it. And those responses don't really have a response from his opponents. So now you can see Damien just spending an arm and a leg up high to try to get rid of that Flying Machine, and Boss is only 2 cards away from it again.
And again, you put like the elixir advantage now, right? Where Boss had a fully healthy set of Zappies on the board, where Damien had one that was almost done at the bridge. And that's a nice little, essentially almost 4 elixir advantage for Boss. That's going to keep on piling up here.
And there you go. This is just easy money in the bank. Boss has one more push that he needs to send in unless nothing picks up that Flying Machine. There's the Hunter up high. Too little, too late. Bar Barrel's going to turn in as well. I don't like that Bar Barrel. And now Damien trying to make a case for it here, going to be real tough.
Yeah, but I mean, look, you can EQ off that that Goblin Brawler all you want, or that Goblin Cage all you want, but there's Zappies behind that as well. Now that was, as far as things go, a relatively successful defense.
Yeah, but there
or
you go.
push, but there you go. That's it. Like, hey, you can get that push in. If that push doesn't kill it, guess what? You're dead.
Yeah, and you have to, it's an admirable push, right? Because like you said, you have to go in, you have to sell out. You need to make sure that you're at least giving yourself an opportunity to win, which is why you see the tower all the way down to 833.
Sure.
But I feel like this was a situation where Boss is like, you know what? I'm going to play as passively as possible. I'm going to take as much damage as I can. And then if there's a moment where I need to go for the race to the finish, I can and I will. But I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. Rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. I'm going to wear him down. Just a really, really tough matchup here for Damien. No way to stop with the splash damage, no building, just tough stuff.
Well, that's one of the interesting things about picking out Fireball bait with Hogs in this current meta, right? Is that there's a lot of decks right now, this one you see in particular, that are moving away from splash focus and moving towards single target focus. And there's a lot of matchups that are actually really nice for Hogs in this current meta. We just saw one of them. Now keep this in mind though, as we talk about deck picking for game number 2 and beyond. We talked about this in game number 1. We'll talk about it a lot today, so don't you worry.
We will.
But no champion played game number 1 for Damien. That leaves a lot of options open for him against Boss in games 2 and 3.
I mean, yeah, I'm probably wrong, but I'm going to say it anyway because I've been wrong on broadcast before.
What?
Is that if you have 4 champions in the game,
Sure.
3 of them are still incredibly, honestly, all 4 of them are still viable.
Yeah.
And I think that they fit into almost every archetype, right? You look at both the decks that are played right here. You could put AQ in the Royal Giant deck if you wanted. You could put Skeleton King in the Royal Giant deck instead of Giant Skeleton. Maybe that's not as tough as just not playing them at all because I think Golden Knight fits in those decks. I think that Mighty Miner might be tougher, but AQ does. Skeleton King's a little scary, but we haven't seen anyone run Electro Giant yet. So I just think not playing champions when you have 3 games in a set, maybe only 2, it's just a mistake.
Then it gets into the idea of the analysis side of it, right? Because now there's so many decks that run AQ that are still viable that now when you're talking about, right, you run AQ in deck number 1, now you're on the side of Boss. If you would run AQ from Damien's side, and that which often is in that Royal Giant deck, now AQ's out, and now you're like, I don't have to worry about any lightning-based decks for the, there go your favorites. Any lightning-based decks for the rest of this matchup, pretty much, right?
Right.
So that's one of those things about keeping something like, I mean, obviously AQ is just one example, but keep those champions off the board. I don't think it's just about making the win condition selection harder or making the overall deck composition. It makes your spell selection so much more difficult as time goes on. Does it always pay off? No. Does it require a lot of good analysis? Yes, but when it works in spades.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't disagree. I just think from what we've seen in the 2 opening sets so far is that people that have been struggling are people that have not been using champions, right? And you know, you can chalk it up to whatever you want. Gameplay, in this situation, just a pretty tough matchup. Once again, not having really any splash damage, not having any way to get on top of that flying machine. No fireball, no poison, just earthquakes, logs. Earthquake definitely has been coming back as of late, but I still don't think it's just like, let's get rid of fireball. You know, we've seen very little of those other big spells today.
I personally like RG better with Fireball, or even go old school with Lightning, but with Fireball than EQ. But we've seen how powerful it is, and here we go. So Damien going with some variation of bait here in game number 2, and Boss going, pulling the card. It's not going to be E-Giant. Gets it right. Skeleton King with the Night Witch behind here in game number 2.
Yeah, so Boss has gone champions in both of his 2 games so far. Golden Knight in game 1. Going to go Skeleton King here in game number 2. Night Witch is a card that I have not really seen much at all since the recent balance changes, so I'm really curious to see how she does.
It will be fascinating. She was given a little bit of an extra boost to her ability to actually do damage as herself, as opposed to just the bat side of it, giving more of that support card viability for her. So we'll see, and Boss drops a big old pile of rocks into the weak side tower, weak side lane, immediate Goblin Barrel, and the Skeleton King meets that right on time.
It's an interesting Goblin Barrel there. You know, there's a lot of great responses that could still have been behind that Golem if you wanted, but instead opts to get the Skeleton King down up front for exactly what you're going to see here, to get on top of that Inferno tower. So nice stuff so far here from Boss. Golem is very healthy, but that Inferno is going to do some great work, and you can see right there, Boss goes, man, this is a tough one. You have Dark Goblin, but you also have Inferno Tower and Royal Delivery and Valkyrie. So there's just so many great responses to getting on top of all those units that are going to be right behind the Golem.
I guess Damien's just going no champion either game, which that, to me, now we start getting to the point where, like, okay, Andrew, I agree. One game to try to make it hard to deck pick makes sense. 2 games in a row, because I'm assuming there's a big spell or a secondary spell somewhere in here, and he hasn't just been sitting on an Archer Queen or something.
It feels like it should be Rocket in there, but
yeah.
I really have no idea.
Very classic kind of deck looks out of Damien. Very interesting.
And if Boss has NATO with this deck, that is going to be a really tough thing to deal with once we get deeper into double and triple elixir, because if he's able to pull all these baity units together, it's going to be nothing but trouble.
And look at how 2 elixir pretty much handles that push on the left-hand side. You'll take that Dark Dot Goblin damage and then just start stacking on the right. Poison here at the bridge. Look, the Inferno Tower might be the big X factor in this deck for Damien to keep him alive. You know, Inferno Tower not super popular at the moment, so boss Golem usually doesn't feel too bad about it. Lightning evens the deck a little bit out, but that Inferno Tower could be the saving grace if Damien plays this right.
What's kind of fascinating about this so far is that Damien's been sending a lot to that left-hand lane, but really doesn't have a damage lead at all. I mean, Boss still in the lead by a hair here, and now you see this time Boss has to spend a lot more on the left-hand side than he'd like, but he still has an opportunity to golem up here. And again, this is what we're talking about with Boss. He loves to go heavy, and we'll see if it pays off here. A lot coming down that left-hand lane.
Wow, he just loads in. Spears get eaten alive by that baby dragon, and now a nicely tanked for Goblin Barrel with the Valk in deep, and that is the lead back. Damien has plenty for that Inferno Tower. Of course, so does Boss have plenty for that Lightning. Chooses to NATO first, lightning it all together, and a nice block with the Valkyrie to keep the Dart Goblin alive.
Yeah, that was just a great understanding there of what exactly needed to happen for Damien. Now, of course, that burst of the Golem going down, the death damage will take the Dark Goblin out of play, but the Dark Goblin's duty was already done. 1,005 to 1,266, and Boss is just struggling. And this is why you saw him do that, you know, hands and face Goblin emote early on, is with the deck that he's going up against, I think he probably needed to start lightning cycling a lot earlier on than where he's at right now. But still, 868, that bat's on the tower, Rich, and that Baby Dragon almost connects, and just like that, Boss is right back in it.
That Royal Delivery just saved Damien from a terrible, terrible fate. Bomber looking the wrong way, so Skeleton King has to come down low. And now we're getting into poison range here. One more will get it done. And so now Boss going hard right up at the bridge and a high Inferno Tower to shut that one down. Nothing for the barrel. That's going to be a poison in. GG, well played. And it comes down to 3 moments for Damien. The Valk tanking for the Goblin Barrel, got him a ton of damage, got him back that lead. A very nice block to keep that Dark Goblin out there, and of course the finish. And again, it was all, of course, about this Inferno Tower.
Yeah, you know, this is one of those situations where I'm not trying to pick apart Boss's game by any means, but I said it when we were talking in his player intro, the dude loves to go heavy. So this is an interesting type of deck for Damien to run, right? This doesn't really make any sense on paper. We don't really see this deck out there in the world, right? But the reason this deck works is because the amount of pressure he can apply opposite lane. Meanwhile, he just plays an Inferno if he needs a poison and a delivery, and a Dark Goblin can be played off to either side, and that's going to clean up those golems every single time. So this is one of those situations where Boss has to go, all right, you game me in game number 2, you figured I was going to go heavy beatdown, and you had the exact perfect counter for it. Now it's about making him guess here in game number 3. Boss has used 2 champions thus far, and we'll see if he keeps that trend rolling.
Yeah, and then now on the side of it, Damien has all 4 still on the board. The breadth and depth of Clash Royale at his fingertips right now, and that makes things really hard for Boss gaming this one. And you look at Damien, you know, we saw this very kind of classic look at bait, this TikTok video bait, if you will, version of bait, right? And it worked, and it's because that Inferno Tower. It's because he is able to lock it down that way. I'm very curious. You know, we kind of put the little shade on his deck picking in game number 1. Game number 2 was kind of brilliant, and now I feel like he's put Boss in between a rock and a hard place for game 3.
And that's exactly what Damien needs to do, right? Boss has been around forever. There's so much game tape on the guy. He streams so regularly, and you can just watch what he likes to do, right? You can watch what he's been favoring in the meta. You can watch what he's been learning the last couple of days, because here's the thing. Yes, I'm sure he's practicing off stream, but you can also go back and look at his battle history, and it's just one of those things where he loves big decks. He loves beatdown decks. He understands it. You can always see Boss coming back late in a game in double and triple elixir. He's done it 1,000 times on stream. He's done it 1,000 times in his content. But the problem is when you are that predictable, it's easy for someone like Damien to just go, all right, Inferno Tower, poison, Royal Delivery, and just pressure opposite lane for cheap. That was the other thing. It was very, very cheap.
Here's the thing about what going for Damien here in our final game, right, is the 2 decks that Damien loves playing the most are Drill Mortar, which he can still play here, or he loves playing bridge spam variations, P.E.K.K.A bridge spam, or E-Barb's bridge spam, but both with the Battle Ram. And you talk about being up against something heavy that Boss might go with.
Yeah.
P.E.K.K.A has been kind of dead in the meta for a while. He's having a bit of a, or she's having a bit of a resurgence right now because of the comeback of Electro Giant.
And the Giant Skeleton.
And the Giant Skeleton, so this might be a good place for one of the decks that he is the most comfortable with in game number 3.
I would love that. I would love to see bridge spam, right? It's one of those archetypes that's kind of fallen out of favor in terms of competitive play.
Sure.
And this is the meta, at least as of right now, 2 days in. It does seem like the time to bring it out. So here we go. We're going into game number 3. Damien ties things up in game number 2. He comes out with a Knight early on. There's the mortar from Boss. You love to see it.
Yes, you do.
I do.
Love to see it. Mortar coming out. So a little fast cycle gameplay here from Boss, and we'll see if this is
I was gonna say Graveyard.
Yeah, Mortar GY, AQ down behind, and again, you see now Damien going a little bit heavy. Fireball here gets the AQ almost out. Baby Dragon gets nothing, though, and it is going to be a Mortar Miner variation out of the American.
Barb Barrel here, going to go a high AQ.
And Valk plus Skelly's going to do a lot of damage
That is
here.
a massive amount of damage that Damien is just completely ignoring. So now when I was saying it could be Graveyard top of your screen, maybe he's going for Electro Giant, maybe he's going for Golem. It makes no sense to take that much damage early on unless you have a plan with moving forward, and it just doesn't feel like he did. He has no elixir.
Or unless you had, well, he had 2 elixir, right? So unless you have no elixir, either you're taking the damage or you have no 2 elixir spells, right? No 2 elixir, I mean, he's not playing any 2 elixir troops, I believe. So the other question is, does he have any 2 elixir spell that can handle that? And the answer could be no.
I mean, this game already feels sewn up. There's the NATO that comes
so
in.
He probably does not have any 2 elixir spell, so he just got caught flat-footed and took a big one on the chin.
Over commitments over and over, and I think it probably came, there had to have been a cheaper way to defend that AQ in the opposite lane in the miner, but that's neither here nor there as another mortar comes down, as does that AQ for the second time for Damien right on top. AQ's out in both directions.
Does this feel like, I mean, Fireball will be weird for Golem, but he does like to play Golem NATO. A lot of these pieces could support a Golem deck out of Damien.
And so there we go. It is GY.
It is GY, okay.
All right. So I was like, this has to be GY, but then taking that much damage in single elixir running Graveyard is also not a good spot to be in, especially when it's against Miner, because that Miner can get on tower, or at least try to get on tower very, very regular. The spell, he's basically within spell cycle range, it feels like.
Yeah, Knight's interesting here in the GY deck as well. I mean, he played Valk already, so didn't have it available. But Boss has to be feeling really, really good right now. He has the Valk for defense against the Graveyard. Log, obviously, not so much valuable for Spikeman on towers anymore with that nerf to its tower damage. And a cheeky little NATO here out of Damien trying to put the pressure on the right-hand side, but that's what the Log is for exclusively now, and that's cleaning up those Graveyards.
And you see that AQ getting the ability in on the left-hand side. Arrows have to come down, and I don't understand this deck from Damien. There's 2 better cards to use in here in terms of champions for a Graveyard deck.
Yeah.
Honestly, Golden Knight is better than AQ in this situation, and 100% Skeleton King is.
Yeah, I mean, I would have gone Golden Knight in for the Knight, and then something else for the range damage in for the Archer Queen.
Just get an Ice Wizard in there. You don't need to do anything fancy.
Fair, that's
right?
fair.
Just like do what works. You know what works, and this was a shocking moment early on, right? It's just so much comes in. The overcommit from the AQ on the left-hand side to clean up the Archer Queen with no ability, and the Miner from Boss. And then you see here, I mean, the writing's on the wall. Everyone knows it. Damien just not able to create good offense and taking way too much damage in single elixir.
There you go, looking at the final matchup here for game number 3, where Boss does take a pretty big victory. Fast around the horn, average elixir 3, but that quick 7-card cycle, Boss makes short work of things. But of course, it all came down to just 1 4 elixir push, the Valk plus Skeletons. And this is the big thing. Look at Damien's side. He has nothing under 3 elixir. He has arrows, he has NATO, and he has fireball. He's running triple spell with no 2 elixir spell. Got absolutely wrecked right there, and that was a really tough spot to put yourself in.
Ice Wizard.
Ice Wizard.
It's a good card. It's in the game. It's one of the best defensive cards, period. Glitter, we're heated.
Ice Wizard.
I knew you would be. I knew you would be because it seems to be the trend today, right?
What?
And it seems to be the trend that we're catching all the 2-1s, and that's why you guys are getting heated.
We're here.
It's going the full stretch, okay?
Oh yeah, we're going deep today, all the way in.
I'm prepared for it. As we take a look back here at how that played out, you'll see that Boss will be the one moving on to that matchup.
That's
That
gonna
will
be
fun.
be
That's a good matchup.
good
Yeah.
one to watch. Now, no other updates there, which means we get to jump right into our next matchup. And you can see here on our bracket, that's actually going to be Ian versus Liquid Hot Magma. And if you guys could hear how that was being said in my ear, you would understand an Austin Powers reference right there, okay?
Hot magma.
Oh boy.
Here,
Let's
All
talk
right,
to Ian
Cam.
first.
it still holds up. I watched it just the other day.
Fair enough. Fair point.
Ian 77, it was Rich's guy to pick on the day. Rich, I mean, he is truly, like you said, really fighting for the best U.S. player, period. I know Air Surfer's kind of had that title for years, but it feels like Ian is kind of the changing of the guard. His biggest struggle early on in his career was that he was pretty predictable in his competitive play. If he was going to play Hog, he'd probably beat you with it, but what was going to do in Game 2 and Game 3, well, we're seeing it right here on screen, vary it up.
Yeah, he's done a good job of expanding his deck pool significantly. I think part of it, honestly, is his shift towards YouTubing. Right, he's got
Yep.
80,000 subs on YouTube, and he started his YouTube channel off being the Hog EQ guy. But then he realized that eventually you got to make some other videos to get those
Audiences
views.
are fickle. yes.
Audiences need more than just one deck, and he started digging deep. Now, honestly, his competitive play has been a part of that as well. But the expanding deck pool makes him a very exciting player.
So both of these players came into the first split of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Ian was our 7th seed. He finished in 8th place. And Magma was our 8th seed, finishing in 4th place. You can see they're not quite as an impressive ladder career, but is a person that you know will be here to stay in the Clash Royale competitive scene for a while. And it really feels like Magma hasn't quite hit their stride yet, but they're on their way to doing it.
I mean, that's one of the things. Is Magma's been around for a long time, competing since 2019. You gotta wonder when your stride does get hit, right? Magma for a long time known as a lava player. Now he's doing a lot of Drill NATO, Hog XE NATO, RG Fishboy. He's got a deeper deck pool. He also has a kind of a grudge to pick with Ian. Right, Ian knocked him out of the Royale Masters competition last year, where Ian took 2nd place. First round, it was Ian who put Magma out in that top 8. So revenge certainly on the mind of Magma right now.
And predictions on your mind, Rich, because it is time for Ian and Magma to go head-to-head.
I'm going to pick Ian early here, sticking with my pick, and look at Ian going Hog game number 1. No waiting. Let's get some fan service in. Hog EQ from the best man to ever play.
And I think we might be finally seeing Electro Giant for the first time today. We might be. These cards pair well with it, the Bomber and the Goblin Cage. They've been with it many times. There's a handful of decks out there in the meta that rock both, but we shall see. But yes, it's got to be a little intimidating when you know the best Hog player in the world is going to be rocking Hog in Game 1. The best thing for Magma in this situation is he can slow play it in single elixir, and he can change lanes when and where he wants in double, as Ian will be doing as well.
That's the most curious thing here, and Ian obviously is the best person to play Hog EQ in the world, so I can't question him. I don't understand why you mean, you heard me say NATO there.
Yeah.
You know NATO's there. Why are you playing, it's your 2nd Hog. Why aren't you trying to force NATO out and wait before that to get that next Hog in? Is it just because the inevitability of NATO being played? Because it's going to be a -1 trade to activate King Tower early in the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think really what it is just trying to get it out of cycle, but right now, Ian already in trouble. A lot of beefy units on the board. He's only got one great DPS dealer in his deck, and that is the AQ. So now you see him already having to pull out fancy footwork. If it was anyone else in the world, I would be like, man, this is already a bad sign, but he's Ian, and this is Hog.
How did that turn into nothing? That turned into 0 damage. He didn't fall way behind on Elixir. He's behind by about 2 or so with the Brawler on the board. And that's where Ian shines with this deck. Nobody understands the Elixir trades in this deck better than he does.
And the micro interactions there with the Skellies and the Fire Spirit and what you can get out of them. And so there's the Electro Giant coming down for the very first time. The building, probably Cannon going to come out here from Ian. Oh no, it's Inferno, so even better for him. That's great.
And that's interesting now because that Lightning just took a huge hit in this matchup. Because yes, you can use it on the Inferno Tower, but then you don't have it for the AQ. So now Ian's forcing Magma into some really hard choices.
I was going to say, unless you
you
play them right on top of each other. So this could be another situation where Ian's just trying to bait out that Lightning so that they can't get good value out of it, and then he knows he can control the rest of the game. I wouldn't put it past him that was the idea, because that is such an obvious play. Just like the Hog Rider was, it feels like he's trying to bait spells out of his opponent to control the way that his opponent can actually put together their offenses.
Look at how early Ian has to EQ cycle. We talked about this with Viper the other week during Rocket, right? And we saw him making Rocket choices early on, knowing he needed it. Here he's up against NATO, he's up against Goblin Cage, knows he's not going to get a lot of hog shots. So you see the early EQ cycling. I'm very curious to see how well that can stand up against these onslaughts. Yeah,
and this is a big send coming in across the bridge. Keeping everything at bay is what Ian's goal is going to be here. So this will take care of the Golden Knight, and there's a high AQ to get on top of that Inferno Dragon. And the funniest thing is, when you watch every single one of these sends from Magma, I'm not really worried for Ian. I just know that he's probably got the right response, because it doesn't seem like he's made any panic plays whatsoever in this game.
No, because he's a robot with this deck, dude. It's crazy. The number of reps he has with both the classic version and the Archer Queen version of this deck, I don't think anyone can touch that number of reps. And so you're talking about the same thing where we saw the early Rocket cycle out of Viper in that matchup because he knew what he had to do. Same thing here. Although that log, yeah, you said the uh-oh here. The big thing we're seeing out of Ian in this game is the hog kites. He knows he's not going to get a ton of hog hits. The hog kites he's getting down are really, really valuable.
But just like that, you see that lead is slipping through his fingers, and you don't really want to keep going same lane over and over and over when you're starting to lose the lead with hog. So I wonder if we'll maybe see him switch lanes relatively soon. You see the cage coming down with the Earthquake waiting for it, but this is another big push coming in.
That's a lot on the board. AQ does go invisible, but now you have an Electro Giant, a Bomber, a Golden Knight, another Electro Giant, an Inferno Dragon, Magma's mother, aunts, and uncles all coming down the left-hand side. Can Ian survive? 30 seconds left.
And look at that, Hog Rider breaks on through again, 1453 to 1571, Earthquake cycle coming down, but still a ton of Elixir on the board, Lightning not in play at the moment, so a good NATO comes in, and that is gonna do it. You heard me say it. You heard me say this is not looking good. The second that Mother Witch popped those piggies, it got the towers to basically the same, around like 2100 or 2000. That's when Ian needs to do what he knows, and he needs to stop going in the exact same lane as this deck. There's no way for Ian to stop that buildup. He has no spell that can take care of an Inferno Dragon and a Mother Witch and a Golden Knight and that Electro Giant. There's just no way.
But this is a tough matchup, right? Because we talked about it earlier. The Goblin Cage can by itself counter a solo Hog Rider, and of course the NATO there as well. So he tries to go opposite lane. No matter what, one of those two is in cycle, and you're getting at best an even trade that sends a brawler back the opposite direction.
He has to go opposite lane, though, because he cannot keep doing this. Because if you don't go opposite lane, they're going to put the Elixir in the same lane as you, and you will always lose that battle 10 times out of 10. Now, yes, this is a really tough match. You have Lightning in there for the Inferno, but the cycle of Ian's deck means that he could cycle back around to a second Inferno if he needed to, especially if he's able to protect that AQ. That AQ being played close to the Inferno Tower a couple times, yes, maybe it was to bait stuff out, but I just felt like some of the defenses from Ian were played a little loose as the game went on, maybe not giving enough respect to his opponent. I don't know. If he was playing Mo Light, I don't think he would have kept going in the same lane.
I don't know. Again, this might be, you and I might differ on this one.
There's no way. There's no way you can stop that buildup. You have no spell to get on top of those units.
I just don't know how you achieve anything, right? Because he's so committed to that one lane. He's not going to win the opposite lane, right? So the only option he has is to try to force Elixir out. But how much Elixir can you force out? I think what he found out was he was caught in a place where there was a no-win situation, and his only win possibility there was to try to get lucky in that pound out in the same lane. Because in the end, once we got the double and got late double and triple, I don't think he's winning that battle.
I mean, yeah, maybe we just differ here, but there's no way you can go into the same lane when you're playing against Electro Giant. You don't have a big spell that can take care of area units. You can't reset the Inferno. You can't get on top of that Mother Witch. The skeletons are going to turn into piggies every single time. It's just tough stuff there for Ian. So he did play Hog. It was fun to watch.
It was really great to watch for the first 2 to 3 minutes until he got in a position where it was completely impossible. Look, in this situation, it's do you try to fight Mike Tyson with boxing gloves or in an ear-biting match, right? And he was stuck between those two. That's how I felt about that one. And it also was a great play by Magma, who didn't let himself get behind too early, didn't get freaked out, and now finds himself up with a chance to knock out arguably the #1 seed here, or the best player here in the first round.
Yeah, it's one of those things where when people talk about how great you are all the time, maybe you get a little ahead of yourself there, and I think Ian could have maybe then played better defense. He could have maybe tried the EQ cycle, even though it's really weak. It's all tough stuff, but that's game one. We're on game two. Looking like maybe Graveyard at the top of our screen here from Ian. Bottom of our screen could be Mortar plus Skeleton King.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like the pretty classic. I mean, this plus the Mortar is pretty much what this deck usually looks like. This is, I think, very similar to the variation I was running last season, and it doesn't really feel like and he's going Fireball here as opposed to the Poison version. It doesn't feel like the Skeleton King losing a couple of skeletons at max had that much of an impact on its viability.
No, not at all. I think it was honestly almost like a trick from our game developers because they know how everyone in the States responds to any time anything is nerfed, or really a lot of people around the world, but especially here in NA, is anytime anything's nerfed, they just basically stop playing it. But I really don't think that 2 less skeletons for the Look, every time I've lost a Skeleton King, I'm never like, man, if there was 2 less skeletons, I really would have won that game.
Yeah, I feel you on that one. The interesting part here, though, in this matchup, obviously, you like having a Skeleton King against Graveyard. You like getting those pickups. But the big problem here, going Fireball instead of Poison, that really changes this in a Graveyard matchup.
Yeah, I mean, that Fireball not going to be as effective against those Recruits stacking up. Poison would be able to take care of Musketeer, Recruits, be able to take that Cannon Cart off of its wheels. But Fireball is the spell that Magma chose. And as of right now, he is down by about 1,000 HP.
First 2 minutes away, and Ian now setting up the Recruits. 3 to the left, 3 to the right. The classic split, if you will.
Classic 6-man. I was going to say, I think the best thing for Magma to do now that he knows that his opponent doesn't have a big spell is he really needs to start playing that Mortar defensively, because the other thing with the deck that he's going up against is that Mega Minion and Cannon Cart can be really annoying responses to Mortar, and it makes you almost never want to play your Mortar up at the bridge unless Cannon Cart's out of cycle, but Ian's not going to do that. So he sees that the Mortar's played on defense, he goes Cannon Cart in the back.
Nice Fireball there out of Magma, recognizing they were just at that 7-10 split range, and now Mortar high.
Should connect.
Trying to read the cycle here. Great Snowball, and that Mortar will only get 1.
22-41 to 18-29, and it feels like Magma is going to have to deal with a lot right now.
Yep, and instead going high with the Skellies. Skellies go bye-bye, and this push on the right-hand side. Now, Snowball I don't believe is available, so those bats able to hold on fairly well, but still, damage done. Color me wrong, 938 on the right-hand side. Sudden Death overtime on its way, and Magma in trouble.
Yeah, that was a really, really nice push there from Ian. The Mega Minion getting on tower was absolutely devastating. Arrows come in once again to clean up that Skarmy. And Snowball's out of cycle here, so maybe a Mega Minion up high. No, he has to go Cage. Interesting.
And that does take the Brawler back a little bit. Nice Fireball, forces the Snowball out. Just like that, Magma back in it, but more importantly, he gets about a half elixir lead. So getting a little bit closer here, but that half elixir to elixir could be very important as we get closer to triple.
And the biggest thing right now is that Magma needs to continue to make Ian play his spells and the cards that he wants out of cycle, right? You saw right there using the Goblin Cage on those bats wasn't what he wanted. Snowball's out of cycle now, so maybe arrows come down, but now he doesn't have a Snowball. That Fireball's going to be a great cleanup here, and that's the name of the game with the deck that Magma's running. What are his responses? How do I punish him when they're out of cycle?
Final 50 seconds here as the Skeleton gets closer. Does get a little bit of splash damage there, 996 to 938. Log doing its work as well.
But the spell cycle game does go in favor of Magma here, Rich. And you know what Ian hasn't done in a while was get a lot of pressure with these 6-man splits, especially on this left-hand side, because that was the biggest thing early on was he was caught off guard. And right now it feels like Magma might be going 2-0 against Ian.
Well, you talk about those champions. Ian not running any champions here in game number 2. Magma able to spell and minor cycle so fast in triple elixir with that 3-card cycle because of the Skeleton King. And this is again, wow, you called it right here, Andrew. 2 HP. Minor will finish that off. Ian not going to bother defending it. Magma taking out my guy here in game number 1.
Yeah, and that was a great little Musketeer from Magma there on that right-hand side because his tower was so low. Ian had to use the arrows on top of that Musketeer, which meant that a Skarmy could come down in the opposite lane. And like I said, that's the name of the game. Get that Skarmy out there so the arrows come out. Get the bats out so the Snowball comes out. Now make him play something out of cycle that he doesn't want, and that's exactly what Magma did. Really great stuff here, and I like that he ran this deck back, and I loved his Fireball value in that game.
What a match to be without a splash damage troop as well, right?
Yeah.
To go up against Skarmy, Bats, Skeleton King, and have nothing splashy at all. You understand the value of the Mega Minion, but there's a number of reasons why Mega Minions fall out of favor, but of course it's older nerfs.
Yeah.
But also, we're in a splashier meta. You have nothing there for that.
And that's the thing, is you look at the spells, you go, okay, snowball, arrows, right? That'll help, but not against this deck. This deck is too swarmy. You need something in there that can just do a little bit of splash damage. I don't know what it is. I mean, Baby Dragon, I hear, pairs well with Graveyard, but you need that single target DPS. Ian eliminated Arden. I hope he's still going.
Well, we're going to find out.
Oh,
in
yeah.
Oh, yeah,
just
he's
a
the last game of the
minute.
day. Yeah, right.
Don't worry. I saw the fear and the
I was like, I
panic
know
in
we're
your
checking in with the
eyes.
bracket.
We are. We're going to check in with the bracket. We'll get us some updates on a lot of those standings for you guys. And speaking of, it is right here. Okay, and you'll see Magma pushing through in 2-0 fashion. Will be going up against King Andy come those quarterfinals. And you were just asking what's going to be happening with Arden. Well, Arden's going to be going up against Francisco, and then the match below them already done as well. So whoever wins this final matchup will be going up against Diego in the quarterfinals. So it is time to dive into your boy. Start with Arden, and then we'll talk about Francisco after.
All right. I mean, you guys saw the work that he did about a month ago here in this exact competition. The predictive plays, the aggressiveness, the deck variability. It seems like, at least up until the Masters Challenge, all things were kind of going his way in 2022, Rich.
Yeah, I mean, the Masters Challenge was the one thing where we saw a big stumble out of Arden Toas. Again, 6 players make it to that group stage for each group. Only all 4 of those 6 move on, and he didn't make top 4 there.
Right.
And you could see the he was visibly upset there. Arden is probably the #1 rookie talent for 2022.
Definitely.
But you have to get those emotions under control.
That's exactly it. And that's what he needs to take with these competitions. Look, there's no golden ticket on the line. This is obviously kind of building your name, building your legacy, building your reputation, and of course getting in those reps. And Arden Toas needs to figure out how to lock down his emotional play, because we've talked about it since Season 1. The best players in the game are the ones that get emotional after they win. Francisco, on the other side of it, is someone that we know a little bit less about. He's a guy that doesn't even have an 8K personal best at 7850. He did get 3rd place in the ESL Mobile Open Split 1 back in 2021, and he got 9th place in Split 2. He's definitely got a uphill battle here in his opening set.
Yeah, he's probably on paper the one of the, if not the bottom seed, one of the bottom seeds here overall. Not, you said, not being 8K, not cracking anywhere near like top 900 on ladder for his best
854.
finish. These are all phenomenal things, but they're not phenomenal things when you're going up against a guy like Arden Toas, right? You know, you put him in context. He does have a decent-sized deck pool for not being a competitive player, but it's kind of a classic deck pool, right? It's Boulder Loon Freeze, it's Ice Bow, which he plays a lot, and you and I and everyone watching at home all know Ice Bow, not it right now.
No, there is that mini P.E.K.K.A. Double Spirit Elixir Pump Expo deck out there in the world that is incredibly frustrating to play against, and it's had varied success.
Sure.
I mean, we see it in Grand Challenges, we see it on top ladder, but we also see 2.6 and Ice Bow and Expo 3.1 in those same places as well.
Yeah, and this guy plays classic decks. Well, guess who's played against 1,000 classic decks? Arden Toas. Guess who has a deeper deck pool? Probably Arden Toas, but we've been shown wrong before today. Let's see if Francisco, a.k.a. Pato, can come out here and put Arden down.
And this is what I like seeing out of Arden in game number 1. AQ plus the Giant Skeleton. Why not? 2 of the best cards in the game. You're the returning champion. Why not strut your stuff?
And looks like Pato might be going with a variation of the deck that we just saw, with the Minion Horde in the mix instead.
That's brutal, dude. Already, Hog Rider hits in. Giant Skeleton Bomb on tower. AQ not even touched. This is arguably the worst start to a game I think I've ever seen.
Why do you have Minion Horde in there? What's Minion Horde doing?
Hey, I didn't do it. Why are you yelling at me?
Why did you put Minion Horde in his deck, Andrew? Why would you do that to him?
Look, if there's Mortar in this deck and a Cannon Cart in there as well, I don't really know. You got Bats and Minion Horde and Skarmy. I understand that Skeleton King needs souls to get this graveyard going, but I don't know about that many. So going very baity here early on. And what was interesting about that push from Arden was he actually sent in the Hog Rider before the Giant Skeleton. And then the Giant Skeleton tanked for the Archer Queen. So it is Mortar, which you could expect after seeing all those other cards.
Yeah.
But it's, you know, too little too late.
Yeah, by quite a bit of a margin. Arden Toas can just sit back and kind of hold on Pato with the, it's fine, Goblin. It's okay, Goblin, but that's how he has to be feeling right now. Man, you know, we just saw this deck played well. we know the power of this Skeleton King Mortar Miner deck. And on top of that, when you play this deck against Hog, now Hoggy Q is a bit different than 2.6 in this matchup.
Yeah.
You know, this deck matches up like 70-30 to 2.6. A little bit tighter with Hoggy Q, but you put that minion horde in there. You saw him play it early. Mortar was probably buried, but it's one of the cards that makes it harder for you to get to Mortar.
Yeah, I just think showing your hands with the minion horde is your, best defense to a Hog Rider push when there's so much elixir in hand of your opponent. I mean, obviously hindsight is 20/20, and it was a pretty, really nicely orchestrated push there by Arden when you talk about, again, getting that Hog Rider in front of the Giant Skeleton tanking for that Archer Queen, and the fact that the minion horde came down was just kind of like kicking a horse when it was down, honestly.
Yep, and here you go. A lot on the board right now that can be cleaned up mostly by a Tesla and Log. Shut it down, folks. Now, here's the big question. He's an Ice Bow player. He's a Bowler Loon Freeze player. Tesla is, EQ is now out for Ice Bow. Tesla's out for Bowler Loon Freeze. So the two other decks that he goes through the most, they both have slightly better openings. I'm gonna go ahead and put it out there. I'm gonna call he goes with one of those two.
I think Bowler Loon Freeze is a great call. Why not, right? The Giant Skeleton's out of play. Bowler's gonna have a little bit more effect. The biggest part of it, though, Rich, like you said, Tesla not in play anymore. Archer Queen. That's the number one thing. Archer Queen is not in play. So if I'm Arden Toas and I've done my homework, I would probably build a deck around those two cards or those two responses. What I would really love to see out of Arden right now, you know why? Because he's so good, Miner Control. That's it. With Inferno Tower. Why not? Get Royal Delivery in there, get Poison in there. You've got pretty much game 2 locked and sewn up, in my opinion.
Yeah, Miner Control and Inferno Tower could certainly be valuable in this one. It's a great call. It's popular again, which is also nice for him. People are getting those reps in with it, and it would go nicely against most of what Pato does. There are so many good versions of this deck. Even I have done pretty well with this deck.
Yeah.
So, again, we talked about it enough. The Minion Horde, not sure what the call is there on the Minion Horde. Not sure what he's saving Musketeer here for. I guess maybe he wanted the Dark Goblin for more bait, but...
Yeah, I definitely understand the deck. I'm pretty sure I saw this deck have a moment last season in Grand Challenges, but the biggest thing about it is that you're not in Grand Challenges. You're competitive with some of the best players in CRL, and the idea that you think a Minion Horde dropped up high at the bridge is going to just stop a Hog Rider push, and Arden's going to go, oh, well, I guess I got to reset my push. That's not the way it works. Especially you got to take into account who you're playing against. This kid, this guy that just turned 16 last winter or fall, he's incredibly confident and incredibly aggressive. So playing a Minion Horde up high, even just that alone, maybe just play it down lower. Play it closer to your tower. Then you can respond to the Giant Skeleton dropped up high. Then you can respond to that Archer Queen just a little bit later. I understand it. You're going to mitigate more damage, but you're also making a play that is much easier to get around, and that's exactly what Arden did.
You almost don't even mitigate more damage because you're splitting the Minion Horde's focus between 2, maybe even 3 troops at that point. So you have a Minion Horde which could shred the Hog fairly quickly and then move on to help with whatever you put on that skeleton, that Giant Skeleton. Instead, you go, hey, how about we put minions on a Hog and minions on this and see what happens. So
I would have just loved to see, he could have even just taken the hits from the Hog. He could have played a Dark Goblin down low on the opposite lane right next to his King Tower. And he would have taken a couple hits from the Hog, but at least he would have spent exponentially less. He'd have an opposite lane push, and he would still have that Minion Horde to maybe drop on top of the Archer Queen or something as different than dropping it on the Hog Rider and then that Giant Skeleton tanking for it. But Giant Skeleton, man, I don't know why it happened, and I don't think I'm upset about it happening, but it's everywhere.
It's back.
It's back,
baby.
Yeah.
We had the Giant Skeleton meta in 2019. Was the last time where a Giant Skeleton was just everywhere all the time, when people figured out it could actually work in solo decks and 1v1 decks, as opposed to just being in 2v2. And maybe it's the new picture, right? How do you guys feel about it at home? Do you love the new picture?
That's got to be the reason why.
Do you hate the new picture? Maybe it's the new picture. Who knows why? But Giant Skeleton all over the place. The big change, though, we saw Giant Skeleton like GSRG for a long time, and then someone figured out, hey, well, what if you put a Giant Skeleton with a Hog Rider?
Right.
And kaboom, there you go.
Yeah, the Giant Skeleton is so beefy. It's almost like you forget because it's used so irregularly. But now, Pato may be going to Lava Hound? That's basically the only time I see Barbs, but then, Barbs did just get that big-time buff. So maybe they work into something else.
Lava Miner Barbs certainly could be it, and Arden going with Drill, most likely Magic Archer NATO for this deck. very popular, very powerful. Very curious to see how that plays against Barbs. If Barbs are played low against a Drill in triple Elixir, that could spell bad news for Pato, but it depends on how that goes in the earlier minutes.
Oof, man.
Oof, oof.
These are the type of interactions you just don't want to see. Poor Pato, the Golden Knight on the tower already, a desperation send of the Royal Hogs opposite lane. This can, yeah, exactly. I was like, he still has NATO in hand. He's got cards that can do splash damage. I actually love this deck pick by Arden because the other thing about this deck, Rich, and decks like this, are they have great outplay ability.
Yep.
You can change lanes on a dime. You can NATO all those units together to get your chain Golden Knight push in. The cannon cart is so strong. It has been so strong for a very long time. And this is the type of deck where Arden goes, all right, if you play Lava Hound, I'll have to outplay you, but I can probably outplay you no matter what the matchup is.
Well, this deck also has 2 win conditions for 3 options, right?
Yep.
Win condition number 1 is the Drill. Win condition 0.5 is the Golden Knight.
Yep.
The other 0.5 is the Magic Archer.
Yep.
So you have 3 different ways to, if one avenue is shut down, you can find other avenues to win. And it also works just as nicely on the defensive side. So I love this deck. I played it a lot last season. It's very, very powerful, very, very versatile. So it's a great call here. And Pato finds himself once again stumbling early in a whole lot of trouble.
Well, I mean, the deck, you know, we said it in game number 1, the deck choice felt a little off, and I have to say here in game number 2, it feels pretty similar, right? I mean, Firecracker not used a lot in competitive right now. He's got Barbs in with Mirror, which is a very odd synergy there. I think, honestly, he was just looking to go with Royal Hogs and mirrored Royal Hogs because we all know how strong those level 13/level 16 Royal Hogs are. But again, this is the highest level of competitive play. I just don't think that stuff's going to work. It's kind of gimmicky.
I think he looked at his deck pool and said, I'm not going to win this straight up. I have to go gimmicky to win. I think that's the call that he made. And here we see him trying to go for it. But you're at that point, you're gambling. And every once in a while, you come up Snake Eyes.
I mean, this is the type of thing, man, where it would have felt like maybe Bowler Loon Freeze is the way to go. Maybe your comfort deck is the way to go.
Oh,
At least
boy.
you're in the skies. That's going to be an easy 2-up, 2 down from Pato. He says good luck as he's going to be exiting our tournament, and Arden Toa is going to continue to move on through it. 2 easy game wins there, and I got to say, yes, the gameplay was clean from Arden, but the deck choices out of Pato were just a little questionable.
Yeah, that's the best way to put it. A little bit questionable. And again, we've talked about it before, right? You've seen people go cheese decks, right? Like, let me go Goblin Giant Sparky Rage.
Right.
Let me go with the Stinky Cheese deck when I'm a lesser established player up against someone who's at the top echelon. Let me try to play a matchup game. And it felt like here he tried to play not just the matchup game, but the super surprise game and hope he would catch Arden flat-footed. You're not going to do that, though.
When you look at this deck and the synergy behind it, though, man, and like that mirror only works with the Hogs.
Yeah.
Right? There's no other card in there. I guess maybe double Royal Delivery and a Desperation double
On
EQ.
defense, yeah.
But yeah, it just doesn't feel like the synergy is there. And, you know, you saw early on that misplaced Firecracker gave a great dash for that Golden Knight.
Ooh, boy, that's a Golden Knight. Does glitter. The Golden Knight, does he have the best hair in the game?
Well, yes.
That's fair. It's true.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's an easy question.
Sure.
You know, I think the harder question is, will Arden continue to push through the bracket to go for the back-to-back? That is the real question. He has a bracket that I'm talking about too. Here are the results from our first round of matchups, and you'll see which players have made their way through to finals. So our top 16 have now been whittled down to a top 8, and we have tons of exciting matchups right around the corner. Our first game of quarterfinals right after this. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series. The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me, yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me, my fire's burning, I'm always learning, tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey, yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited, keep it 300, King Leonidas, strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride, working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Our quarterfinals matchups are about to get underway as our top 16 were whittled down to a top 8. And as you'll see here reflected in the bracket, these are the players that made their way through, and we're going to be going in order. And the matchup that is next is going to be Chris King versus Harold. And this should be interesting. We got to see Harold play a little bit earlier, so we'll, start things off by talking about the match that we got to see, right?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, and Harold was great in that early matchup, and the big question that had to be answered was, is Harold's level up to compete with a guy like Mini Minter? And I think we had the result. Stock up for Harold, and unfortunately stock down for Mini.
Yeah, 100%. On the other side of it with Chris King, we'll get there in a second, but you look at Harold's numbers here. We talked about him, 8.4K, 137 on ladder, 10-3 in sets, but it was really about the way that he played through this set against Mini Minter. Now, I've said this a handful of times this season, and I'm not going to say that I'm correct when I say this, but I did feel like this deck choice out of Mini just didn't respect the level of gameplay out of his opponent. It didn't have the greatest synergy. It didn't use Inferno Tower. He was just like, you know what, I'm going to minor control the way out of this, which is a really good choice, right? You just heard me say how I thought Arden should have done that in our previous set, but that I think is a very different matchup when you talk about levels of skill and the set itself. This is a 1-1 situation. Mini's playing this in an elimination game.
Yeah, and that was a tough spot for him. Other side of it, you're talking about trying to put Harold on decks. This Drill NATO deck was one of the ones center in his deck pool. I'm curious to see if in match number 2, he widens that a little bit.
Now, Chris King on the other side of it, you can see the numbers very, very different here. 512 on ladder, 80-20 personal best. This is really the first big tournament on his profile, but he does have an old profile that is no longer accessible. So I wonder if there's some history there that maybe you and I don't both know about. But needless to say, in this matchup between two relative unknowns, it does feel like Harold might be the favorite.
Is it Trainer Chris? Is that who Chris King is?
Is that-
Chris, are you back?
We've got theories.
Yes.
Okay, conspiracy theories abound, and we're only
You had
moments
Mario, you know.
into the quarterfinals. I want to know what you guys think, chat. Once again, you can let us know your thoughts down below. Give us your vote. Who you think is going to be winning this first quarterfinals matchup of the day? It should be a good one. We've got a little bit of information versus almost no information. The mystery man. And we'll have to see how Chris King fares against Harold. And obviously, they're both a little bit warmed up, so could be an even playing field at the same time. We'll have to find out because it's ready to go, so it's time for me to pass it off to you.
Hey, let's do this. I
Hey,
always
let's go.
love seeing a new player, someone who I don't really know that well. So let's see how Chris King does here in this game.
I always love seeing an old player unmask themselves. Trainer Chris, is that you?
He would have got away with it if it wasn't for those pesky kids.
Oh, those pesky kids.
Knight. Okay. Knight, AQ.
And
there's
high
Mama
P.E.K.K.A.
P.E.K.K.A.
So Chris looking like classic P.E.K.K.A. bridge spam with minions, although Snowball not exactly part of that deck, but still Mama P.E.K.K.A. getting deep in here as Harold is trying to cycle back to some nice little cards.
Yeah, and that's going to work out just perfectly for Harold. Gets that log out for a little bit more chip damage, make sure the bats come down just in time, and that was a nice clean start here for a deck that could still be a few things. I've seen mortar decks like this, but I like to think every deck is a mortar deck, Rich.
You do. We all know that, and you know what? It's fine. You live in the world that you live in. Right now, it's Chris King taking that elixir advantage of the bank. I understand why he cycled Bandit all the way in the back. There's a lot of theory behind bridge spam, where especially in single and going with Ram Rider, not with the Battle Ram variation. That in single elixir, you cycle your Royal Ghosts and Bandits at the bridge, not in the back, to force your opponent to play uncomfortable responses.
You see right there, AQ getting some good value in, but so is that poison, 2216 to 2681. Chris currently in the lead with this deck, and I'll tell you, through playing this matchup a lot, this isn't the easiest matchup. There's obviously some changes in here with the minions. They're not as popular, and of course, lightning is usually in for poison, but maybe holding onto that lightning to get a little bit deeper in the set. Either way, this isn't the greatest matchup, and then you take in, or you have to account for the fact too that it's a Knight instead of a Valkyrie or Golden Knight. So there's only single target DPS against a deck where he loses single target DPS battles most of the time.
Yeah, nice pickup here by the Skeletons to protect the Archer Queen, but now it's just now it's cycling stuff in the back as we're in double elixir out of Chris King. So you have to imagine that if he's playing such a classic variation of this deck, that he's got a lot of reps of it.
There you go. Snowball comes in, cleans up all those baity cards. Mama P.E.K.K.A. still on her feet, but the bats are going to get some great work. And that's right now, Harold is really holding on to those bats. Harold is really holding on to those bats because that Snowball is really the best way to get on top of him, trying to get as much value as he can against that P.E.K.K.A.
Well, it does have the lead for now, 1935 to 2216 as he puts pressure in both lanes. Easily handled on the right-hand side. Ghost will require a response, though, as the nice little kite comes in from the Knight.
Yeah, that is a really nice kite. That's also a really nice poison there from Chris. Going to get a lot of value there. P.E.K.K.A.'s going to turn around, and this is a little dangerous. I actually don't know if those minions were necessary. Maybe they were because of the AQ, but I think the P.E.K.K.A. might have turned around by the time the ability popped.
Ghost goes to the left-hand side. Knight for pickup. Here we are, sudden death overtime. Harold hanging on to the lead, but not by a whole lot. And as you said, yeah, very nice poison here to create some deep penetration on the right-hand side.
And this is an interesting situation for Harold because a lot of times, at least against decks like this, you usually are defending more than you are on the offense. But Chris is playing this incredibly passively. Yes, he's down by 500 HP, but he knows that once we get into triple elixir, he's got a great advantage.
Yep, defense, defense, defense. That's the whole idea with P.E.K.K.A.'s bridge spam during the first few minutes. And right now, paying off nicely. Healthy Mama P.E.K.K.A. on the board. Will pick up the mortar aggro as the Royal Ghost comes visible a little bit late there. And as we get closer to triple here, 10 seconds away, it feels like the tide might be about to shift.
Yeah, you know, that P.E.K.K.A. coming down, picking up the miner, plus those bats made it so it was only a -2 trade, which meant Chris could get back on offense. And you could see getting a little bit out of it with this Electro Wizard. Technically, you know, it's almost the most damage he's done in the game, 2388 to 2216. Miner not going to get picked up by that P.E.K.K.A. Chris still has a lot of time, but I think he needs to get a little bit more aggressive on these next 2 pushes.
Yeah, the question is, what does he do about that mortar? And this mortar not going to be in cycle right now, or I guess he played the Ram Rider very low. Doesn't put Mama Pekka on skates here. Maybe trying to cycle back around one more time behind her as she leads the charge. Skeletons and Bats doing some great work for Harold here.
Yeah, I really do love the aggression from Harold, just continuing to get those miners on the board, making sure that that poison is a must pull, right? Every single time he's giving him AQ and mortar value on that poison, but it's making it so that Chris is spending it on the poison, taking those units off the board, as opposed to the offense that he wants to create.
This is the hard part for Chris every time, right? Was that he had to start pushes in the back. He was never able to win a bridge fight and then push through the bridge fight.
Yeah.
Which is such a huge part about playing bridge spam, is that you actually spam the bridge. But we saw there in one of the final sequences where by spam the bridge, it was he played 3 cards right at the bridge in response to nothing, just trying to get on tower, as opposed to win and overload.
Yeah, and you swap out the Knight there for the Valkyrie, and you get this nice, incredibly fast cycle. So it was like, no matter what Harold did, no matter what lane he cycled his Archer Queen in, or no matter what lane he had his Knight down in, he could get back around so quickly that, like you're talking about, even if there was a pileup of 3 cards at the bridge, he could kite them all the way across the map. He could use his mortar defensively. He could bring them to the AQ if she was already placed. And this was a really, really nice example of great control over the game.
Yeah, great control the whole way through. And a nicely job of, again, making Chris have to spend low rather than spend high. Those miners with the poisons, forcing the extra expenditure to get the miners off the board every single time. The more you force that bridge spam player to play in the back, the more you take the game out of his hands.
I think what's really interesting about this conversation, too, is you go, Chris is the type of person that, I mean, not type of person, but you see he's rocking this poison because he's looking for something else later on. Because normally you feel like this deck would have lightning in it, right? Lightning does work well in this deck. So it's like, well, what is that lightning being saved for then? Is it being saved for an Electro Giant deck? Is it being saved for, I think in this moment, if you have that lightning come down, it's going to do great against the mortar. It's going to take out that AQ. We don't usually see this deck with poison, and Graveyard isn't super popular, so I'm just a little surprised.
Well, you know, maybe that deck felt more like the Battle Ram variation than the Ram Rider variation. You got to caught between 2 variations. The Battle Ram one does typically run Fireball or Poison. So he's playing Mama Pekka. He plays the card that typically goes with Mama Pekka instead. Here he is kind of caught between 2 worlds there.
So Chris maybe going to mortar himself. Nice Fireball there, value for Harold. And Dark Goblin still gets a shot. Ah, I love the Dark Goblin.
Oh, yeah, you do. Everyone else hates that shot.
Dark Goblin and Guards getting their boost a while ago, their buff, I should say, they're so incredibly strong right now, and no one's mad about it, so it makes me happy.
That was a risky... Did Harold play NATO in game number 1 and I forgot about it? Because that felt like a risky minor to the number 3 spot really early in the game.
Harold in game number 1. If only my memory was better than it is.
Yeah, we only just saw it 17 seconds ago. But no, Harold was playing...
he ran more.
He was playing minor, so I guess maybe he was looking at the pieces so far and thinking it was drill wall breakers rather than drill NATO. I guess because of the Guards and the Dark Goblin, but still. Man, you see drill and you run a minor to the inside corner that early. Ballsy, I'll say.
Yeah, definitely.
Wall breakers, do they thread the needle?
Ooh,
one does, 16-25 right-hand side. And Harold now one step closer to taking himself into the next round.
Yeah, Harold, very happy about that. Also very happy about the cards that he has for this matchup. Those Guards are going to do great against the Giant Skeleton. The Valkyrie's going to do great. And, of course, the Dark Goblin can be off in no man's land. You never have to worry about that death damage because not only does it have a great range, it's got great mobility.
That Dark Goblin is a little bit speedy.
Yeah, look at that. Just put that Valkyrie on skates. Valkyrie's going to get a shot on tower. And that's just a nice play there by Harold.
And Harold goes to the front here. Mortar picks up. Does not pick up Goblins, though. Log has to come out. And now does have the Musketeer on the board, but the Fireball going to put that in trouble. And Harold just putting the screws to his opponent.
I mean, so much so that Chris is just laughing at this point. You know, Harold recognized the mortar wasn't in range of his tower, doesn't spend on it, gets another great bit of Fireball value there. And just kind of getting outclassed is Chris at this moment. He's got a mountain to go back against if he wants to pick up game number 2 and not get eliminated, and I just have no idea how he plays through this.
I think what he does is he puts cards on the board until the game's over, and that's pretty much it at this point. Look, Harold still has a small sample size for us to pull from, but part of that sample size is making top 16 at the Queso Cup Golden Edition. Part of it now is taking out Mini Minter, and part of it's going to be getting into our semifinals for today's event. Harold's starting to look like another guy to keep an eye on this year.
Totally, man. I mean, this was also done in dominant fashion, right? This wasn't just like, I mean, him and Mini were going back and forth, back and forth. We went to game 3. There were moments where it's like, oh, maybe they could have done this different, or maybe they should have picked this deck differently. But as of right now, Harold has just looked really clean in this set against Chris.
Well, and you talk about, we say all the time, there's levels to this game, and Harold, we don't know yet if he's getting into that true pro level yet, but we know he's far enough ahead of the general population that a player who still has some, if you're a high 7K player, you're better than 90-something percent of the player base. But Harold's at a different level.
Absolutely, and now just a couple spells away is Harold. I think if he gets a drill and that fireball in, that might do it. I always forget how much drill does. No, it won't do it. 6 HP remains, but that is pretty much all sewn up.
And my thing, talking like Yoda is, by the way, don't take away the thing that YouTube commenters hate about me, where I put all the things in the background.
What's that?
Where you go, coming in hard right now is, right, we put the person behind the Yoda speak. I get trashed for that by like someone who gets angry on YouTube all the time for it.
It's because they didn't watch Star Wars.
Yeah.
Like we did growing up.
Oh boy. This was, speaking of someone who maybe could use a hero in their lives right now, Chris King. Coming in, playing with the big boys. But Harold looking like he belongs with the big boys right now.
Absolutely. I mean, you can't really pick many holes in the way that Harold played this game. You know, he was really aggressive when he needed to be. He was calculated. He didn't fall for any of interaction mistakes that you might expect out of someone who's a little nervous.
Yeah.
Like, again, that mortar that came down, you know, I think it was fairly obvious if you play mortar a lot, but it was what desperation move by Chris, wasn't able to turn it into offense, and those small interactions separate you, like you said.
Did Harold ever, oh no, he did play the Inferno Tower one time. I was like, I remember an Inferno Tower being in there. Harold coming out nice and clean, our first semi-finalist on the day. And again, we can't keep saying it enough. This is a guy who, his in-game name was Boss earlier this year. And we were like, that's not Boss, because Boss is a different Boss. Harold now making his own name in the game.
And that is what we love about this series so much. That's why I keep saying it's the era of everyone, because time and time again, we see in these titles, new faces show up making a name for themselves, and that is what's so awesome about all of this. But like you said, Harold, first one through to the semifinals. Love to see that. And now this is the match that we've got coming around the corner, the one that you guys were very, very hyped about, okay? It is time for us to get excited because we get to watch Boss versus Bruzani, and I feel like this could be a really tough one.
Yeah, it's hard on both sides here. It's definitely hard on Boss's side. Boss is one of those guys who the expectations are always so high because he has so many fans. And you like to say heavy lies the crown. Well, also heavy lies the fan base. When you have some people who love to watch you, they also love to hate you when you stumble. And for Boss, his stumbles are always very high profile. He's a great guy and a great player. And then to draw Brew at this stage of the game, who's arguably a top 5, top 10 player in the country, that's a tough one.
Yeah, it really, really is. And this is exactly, though, what Boss needs to... These are the situations Boss needs to be put in, right? If he wants to get to that next level that we've been waiting for him to get to forever. I mean, for him, I don't know if that's really the goal at the end of the day because, like we said, he's one of the biggest content creators, period. And, you know, it's really hard to focus on competitive and content at the exact same time. There's seldom few that have done it. Morton, obviously, is probably the best one that's ever done it. But on the other side of it, with Brew, that kind of heavy lies the crown mentality that we expect so much out of you. It isn't there yet for him, even though he has a really impressive resume.
Really impressive resume, and again, a guy who you talk about, we talked a lot for a long time about how American Clash Royale seemed to be on the outs, right? C. McHugh retiring, Wings retiring, the God RF retiring, so many top tier pros retiring from the game, hanging up their competitive hat. You're looking for who that next person is. Bruzani's one of those guys who's in there, and that could be stressful as well.
Yeah, like we said, it's going to be a headbanger, and it's already ready to go, so it's time to send it back to you guys.
All right, Bruzani, 17th place ladder finish back in May of this year, a top 10 finish in the global tournament a few times. He's had also a number 2 finish in a triple Elixir global tournament. Number 50 in Queso Cup Golden Edition, number 38 in the Bren Chong Cup Golden Edition. So can the Snapdragon Pro Series Split 2 be the moment for Brew to take that gold?
He also finished top 200 on the leaderboards for last year in CRL 2021. But we'll see if this is that proving ground. The big one for me with Boss, and that's I think where I'm watching more on this one today, because we know what Brew's capable of competitively, and he's a guy who's still early on in his competitive career. The big one for Boss is when one thing goes wrong, do other things start going wrong? And that's what I want to keep an eye on today.
And we've always talked about being an emotional player. You know, you heard us talk about it earlier on today with Arden being a younger player out there who's seen a lot of success. How does he deal with that mentality when he finds himself in tough spots or when he's losing? And Boss has always been a guy that I think has worn his emotions on his sleeve, or at least in terms of watching his gameplay be affected by that emotion.
Sure, absolutely. So pretty standard deck choices on both sides here to start things off. Mortar Miner AQ with guards out of Bruzani, and Boss running the RG Giant Skeleton. Mortar will be nice for that Royal Giant. That Electro Spirit up high against those bats, though, going to be a problem for Brew as time goes on.
Just going to say, Bruzani not running Log, which is much more typical in this deck, and there's a reason for that. Snowball cannot take care of Spirits. And when you have Spirits in play and you're playing bats, it's really, really important to be able to take those Spirits. If you can pre-log an Electro Spirit off the board, you can sometimes just win the game outright, or you can at least make your opponent radically overspend. And the situation that Brew's in right now, not running any super big spell, right? I mean, Arrows isn't really a big spell, but
medium.
You know, yeah, a medium.
Have we ever said medium spell before in all this time?
Half a decade later, we're still innovating the casting game.
Mortar played defensively deep early for Brew as he prepares for what's going to be the next push. Nice little Electro Spirit getting a whole lot of connections as we go into the final 30 seconds of regulation time.
I mean, I guess what Brew has to do in those situations when he's defending, if he really needs to get something out of his bats, is he has to predict that Electro Spirit with the arrows. But that's a really tough thing to pull off. It's a -2 trade, and obviously if you miss it, then you could really be in trouble against RG.
And you're throwing arrows into a Royal Giant, which he doesn't care. It's a bee sting to a bull for that big old guy. So far, the defense is holding up pretty well, but still behind is Bruzani as Boss leads 25-30 to 22-54.
Oh, and look at the value from that Valkyrie. That was almost a game-saving Valkyrie there. Still 2 shots going to come in, and this is just trouble, man. I don't think there's a way for him to create enough pressure in the opposite lane and defend adequately, especially when those bats have 0 value. He can't defend with them. He can't offend with them. Is that a thing? Is that a word? He can't offend me.
Yeah, I mean, you basically have to do a minor bats push when there's no Electro Spirit in the game.
And there
That's
you saw
pretty much it.
The arrows come down on the Electro Spirit that time, but, you know, no RG in. And this Archer Queen still getting good value. That Valkyrie, though, has really been helping Brew stay in this game.
Bats again here on defense. Electro Spirit again high. Second Mortar down. Royal Ghost going to not get picked up, though, and that Mortar's not going to get the damage as the Fisherman does distract. Miner goes way to the outside, and you see what Brew's going for. He's just trying to create opportunities, and he puts himself back in the game, but can he hold on enough and create real damage?
So RG going to come in, Mortar up high. There's decent value there, but you don't want to go for it. Really nice opening for the AQ. That log gets a ton of value, and this might be the moment for Boss to take this game.
No hit for the RG on the right-hand side, though. Keep that in mind. It does feel like Brew has guaranteed hits, whereas Boss has to break through with a Royal Giant. Now that Lightning does create some separation for the moment, but it does feel like in the final 30, Brew can get more on tower than Boss can.
Yeah, these miners are being cycled rapidly. A great pickup there, and that pickup might be the nail in the coffin. RG comes in on that right-hand side, 12:55 to 15:44. 20 seconds remain. Boss has him beaten. Spells. Miner going to come back down.
That Valk gets pulled all the way away, and so now Royal Ghost plus Giant Skeleton left-hand lane. That's the one that's the end right there.
Yeah, that's it.
Put a fork in it. GG, well played. Boss takes game number 1.
And this is the thing with the Giant Skeleton being so powerful right now. We've seen it a couple times today already. The Royal Giant, just send a naked Royal Giant down the opposite lane and get a big push going with that Giant Skeleton plus whatever it may be, whether it be a Fisherman, whether it be a Royal Ghost. You have to spend so much elixir to take care of it that you just kind of forget the RG. And then if you don't, then you switch that story up a little bit. You focus on the RG. That Giant Skeleton gets the tower.
And there was the Valkyrie here trying to hold on. The Valk gets pulled by the Fish Boy. Royal Ghost and Giant Skeleton go away, and that was the big hard part here. And that's maybe where you see, like, you understand why the guards are in there, because the log doesn't take the guards out. It might take skeletons out, but it also means it's harder to get around and do more to kite in this situation. And once that Valk was pulled away, easy path there for Boss on the left-hand side.
There aren't a lot of popular mortar decks that run these two spells together, and there's a reason for that. You need that big spell to either create more pressure with your minor poisons late game or minor fireballs late game, but the log is so incredibly important. Yes, you're not getting as much tower damage as you were just a couple days ago, but those bats were useless because of that Electro Spirit. Not only is that a -1 trade every single time, but you as a player, you don't have to think about it, right? And if there's an interaction you never have to think about, that makes your life so much easier. You go, all right, push coming in, let me just drop bats down, because what's going to happen? Electro Spirit's going to come in every single time, right? That's what Boss is thinking. Excuse me, not Brew. Boss. He goes, every time the bats come down, Electro Spirit, golden. There goes the most DPS on the board.
Yeah, and then on top of that, you lose the knockback, which is so important for controlling Royal Giants. You talk about all those pushes being controlled. Snowball slows them down a little bit, but knocking back that whole thing, giving yourself that little extra bit of time, much more than a slow from a Snowball gives you to put into the rest of the piece, put in the rest of the pieces there. So you have two different reasons why that log's so critical. But again, log being nerfed, comes out of a couple of decks here. People still figuring out what that means because it doesn't have the same cycle value as it used to.
Right.
Big issue.
And I'm also wondering, you know, Boss going Royal Giant in game number 1, not a huge surprise there, right? It's something that he loves and he favors. Now, that doesn't mean he's going to do it every single time in game 1. But when you are going up against someone that you know has a favorite thing out there that isn't like Hog Rider 2.6, or even if it is Hog, because then you start to prepare yourself for that win condition, whether it's Hog, whether it's Royal Giant, whether it's Lava, whatever it is. I don't think you try to counter it, but I think you at least set yourself up for success. And those RG decks, a lot of time, have a spirit in them.
Yep, that's, I mean, a very important one. And here we go into our second game, and hey, there he is.
There he is.
Mr. Ice Wizard up in the mix, looking like Graveyard here, some splashy variation out of Boss, and Brew going Drill with the Giant Skeleton in the mix.
Yeah, so we'll see how Brew is going to be able to defend these graveyards, because I'm pretty sure, Rich, this deck usually just runs Tornado and sometimes a Log. Doesn't have a poison in there. Obviously, Magic Archer is a great card to clean up those graveyards, played behind King Tower, but can get poisoned off the board.
Well, we're seeing why he saved the Log now is because he wanted it as part of this deck, which this deck really can't run with Snowball, but we also saw how the other deck really couldn't run with Snowball. So
yeah,
kind of a tough spot in there, but yeah, expect to see a NATO in here, expect to see a Log in here, and we'll see what Brew can do with Drill Cycle, Magic Archer, NATO here in game number 2.
Yeah, Brew's going to have to make some special things happen with that Magic Archer, I believe, in this matchup, because you talk about responses to the Goblin Drill. Basically, every card he has is pretty okay against that drill. They all do splash damage. That barrel can be played low. You can drop an Ice Wiz down right on top, and he also has got a Bomb Tower. So I was going to say, that's going to be a Magic Archer lineup. That's exactly what I was just talking about, and that's a big mental mistake there by Boss. And, you know, Rich, he is up a game, but that is not the kind of mistake you want to make unless he's trying to bait it out.
Maybe, in this graveyard getting a lot down. Ewiz going to be a little bit up high here, kind of in the danger zone. NATO pulls all that together, but Brew does hold on pretty well here. I was going to say that, you know, while there's a lot of things that on paper seem like good responses to Drill, only one of those responses really shuts Drill down, and that's Valk.
Yeah.
Because that's the only one that you put inside the Drill spawn and pick up the goblins as they come out. Ice Wiz doesn't do the same thing. Baby Dragon, on paper, they look really good, but if I'm a Drill player, my whole game here is just get Valk to not be where it wants to be and then drill the opposite lane.
The Bomb Tower and the Barb Barrel is usually a really good response. You play it a half-second late, you play it low, it'll clean up that one Goblin, but like you said, it has to be timed perfectly. The Valkyrie really, truly is the greatest response in this deck, and that's going to be a connection there as well.
Yeah.
It's so interesting, you know, it felt like maybe Boss did play that Bomb Tower to bait out the Magic Archer, but then I've also seen some other questionable plays that made me just think maybe Boss isn't completely on top of his opponent's cycle, to put it politically.
Fair to put it politically. That's one way to go with it. Giant Skeleton, nice here in setting the line, and this time didn't even need to set the line here. It just straight shut down the push on the left-hand side. Royale goes to the right-hand side for Brew to put some pressure. Valk out of cycle. Drill should come in to one of these two sides, probably to the right now. We'll see. He decides to go and stick with the left-hand push since that tower is way down. Valk not available, and Goblin gets on board. Connect. Brew putting this within 24, needs one more NATO.
Just get that NATO down.
Yep, there we go.
I have no idea what happened on that last sequence of defense. The Golden Knight pushed the Giant Skeleton all the way up into the face of Boss's units, and then he couldn't drop anything on top of the Golden Knight to defend it. I don't understand how that defense doesn't come up higher at the bridge to stop that push from coming in, because then that Golden Knight literally just walked onto tower. I don't know if this is the exact moment that we're going to see right here. I don't believe so. No, it is. Yeah, This is what I'm talking about. Nothing is there. Boss has 7 elixir in his hand. I don't know if he had a drop glitch. I don't know if he just forgot he was playing. I mean, it feels like a drop glitch situation, but that was giving away the game.
Well, he played Valk on the right-hand side for the Royal Ghost. Maybe Bomb Tower wasn't in cycle. At that point, if he plays a high Ice Whiz, which is the only distraction he has there, high Ice Whiz and I don't know if Barbarrel was back in cycle yet. Either one of those just gets wiped out very, very quickly. So that's just a tough spot to be in.
I mean, I think one of the stories of the game here is when you watch the best graveyard players in the world play, they have excellent NATOs, as does Viper with Hog XE NATO. So you look here and you see these numbers, and it doesn't really make a lot of sense, the fact that that NATO was never, ever used at all defensively.
I could have sworn he used one NATO on offense in the left-hand tower when he had the Baby Dragon trying to put splash damage in it. Maybe that was a defensive NATO pulling stuff together. So there you go. All tied up here between Boss and Brew. 1-1 with one more to go. Graveyard out now on Boss's side. Brew went to Drill Cycle, had success with Drill Cycle. Now we go to game number 3, and the question is Boss going heavy one more time, and is Brew trying to snipe heavy?
I mean, I really liked what Boss did in his first set when he came out with Mortar, not just because it's Mortar, but because it was just a faster cycle. I like the way that he played it. I mean, obviously, in that game specifically, he went up by a mile early on, so it was basically like he could just miner his way out of that game. What I thought was really interesting about this, you know, you heard me call it early on. I'm like, well, that bomb tower right in the center of the lane means that a Magic Archer is going to come down.
Yeah.
So the Magic Archer did come down, but then you saw Boss go offensive with the Graveyard. So I was like, well, then maybe Boss was trying to bait that out. That's actually a really brilliant play. But then you saw the rest of the game kind of move forward, and there was just some really odd defensive choices made by Boss. I mean, no matter what the situation was at the end of the game there, whether you when you have a Giant Skeleton with a Golden Knight in tow, and the Elixir's going that quickly, I mean, go ahead and sacrifice an Ice Wizard just so that their dash doesn't come in, just so it gives you a little bit more time. It was just a little odd, which is why I was saying it felt like he dropped his phone or had a drop glitch or something, because that path, the Golden Knight walked to tower, didn't dash, it walked.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those ones where the awkward part of that deck for him is the Valkyrie is the only ground troop that has any staying power.
Yeah.
Right? So, and there's so much heaviness, there's so much power on the ground in the deck that Brew was running. That Valkyrie, she had too many jobs to do. Maybe the bomb tower, some more bomb tower in the middle, but bomb tower isn't very strong against anything in the deck that Brew was running either. So, you know, part of it for me is it felt like a really out of meta deck choice to go with that kind of older variation of Splash Yard.
You know, if he did use that bomb tower in NATO maybe just a little bit more effectively, that would have been a situation where you could set up defense in the center of the map, then use the NATO to pull the RG into that, or the Royal Ghost into that, and then you get the Valkyrie for what you're talking about, because that really was the issue, right?
Yeah.
You need the Valkyrie to stop that Golden Knight and that Giant Skeleton push, but he dropped it because it was baited out by that Royal Ghost.
Yeah.
Also, you could have just maybe taken some of the damage there and played a late defense on it, because that was the lane that was really more in threat. But either way, Boss, couple defensive errors there in game number 2, and now he's going to come back here in game number 3 against Brew, another one of the best players here in the States. And honestly, at this point, with what I've seen in both those games, it's really anyone's set.
Yeah, it really is. And one more thought about that, because I was thinking about like what was happening there in those moments. He made that early play where maybe the bomb tower was either an opportunity played, maybe it was a bad way to bait things out. Gave up a lot of damage. If he doesn't give up that much damage to Royal Ghost early on, maybe he's comfortable letting that Royal Ghost connect and then NATOing to tower and saving NATOing the king and saving the Valk for the opposite lane.
And that was one thing I was also looking at. I was like, well, was that Royal Ghost played in a spot that couldn't be NATO'd to king or whatever it was? Whatever it was, if you have NATO, you should probably try using it at least once.
NATO's pretty cool.
Pretty good defensive card, I hear.
It's very popular. Well, we'll see. No NATOs here in game number 3, Boss and Brew. One goes on, one goes home.
Boss going Lava Miner with Skeleton King, most likely, as you see the Miner and that Tombstone come out to support that Skelly King. Brew on the other side of it. Could be going Mortar.
Could be going Mortar, could be going... Did he just play? No, it was Boss who just played GY. And feeling more graveyard-ish.
Yeah.
And wow, that's a hanging flying machine that gets absolutely ruined by a Mega Minion.
Yeah, that is a great response there for Brew. You saw how much other competitors have struggled getting on top of those flying machines. I mean, I guess it was really only one other competitor. And yeah, now looking more and more like GY.
Yeah, Lava Hound down, Brew feeling like GY here. The Skeleton King kites the Mega Minion all the way across the board. Nice little kite there for Brew as the cannon cart not going to pick up much, but the Mega Minion will help, and that's going to kite some of those pups up away as well.
Yeah, that was a really nice thread of the needle there by Boss, but a good response, or I should say a good recovery from Bruzani. 25-66 to 24-37 here in game number 3, second set of our quarterfinals.
And this one should do a whole lot of damage because,
that hurts me to watch it. Yeah, that's... And now you can just see Boss doing exactly what everyone should do in that situation. A desperation earthquake to take care of ghost skeletons while a flying machine goes to town on your tower, and it feels like this might be all sewn up.
Well, you know, Boss could have an aneurysm or throw his phone out the window for no reason. He could be taken captive by environmental activists.
You never know.
Anything could happen right now.
It is 2022.
Very true. And Arrows shut that one down. Brew with a good performance overall, but just a rough one here. And while it looked for a moment early on like it might have had the right idea against Boss, the right idea went the wrong way. GG, well played. Boss will be moving on to the semifinals.
Yeah, Bruzani eliminated in the 24th spot, not making it to our finals in split number 1. And he goes much farther here today, walking away with $500 as he is going to finish in that 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th spot, but not going to be able to get through Boss, and Boss having a great showing so far today.
Yeah, I mean, a really great showing, and you know, you think about Boss's deck pick here in this final game, well, you know Snowball's out, you know Arrows are out, you know AQ is out, you know E-Wiz, NATO, Magic Archer all off the board,
Yep.
So why not take to the skies? The only X factor there might have been a Fireball in the mix. We saw one piece of, and there you go, there's that EQ that is essentially the last breath of a dying man.
Yeah, that EQ was literally, it was a must play. It was a necessity in that situation, but it was not going to save you that tower. There's the GY. We saw it play just once to very little effect late in the game. And that's what that one next to the arrows represents, was that graveyard getting cleaned up off the board. The other part of this that was nice for Bruzani was that Mega Minion to get on top of the flying machine. However, if the Mega Minion's out of cycle, you don't have the elixir, you got some skeletons below, that flying machine in tow, you are in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder, we talk about it being a must play. I mean, you're at that point, you're giving CPR to a dummy. Why not? You're playing graveyard, put the can, go opposite lane, and just try to sell out at that point. Save that 3 elixir.
I agree.
Yeah.
You like that CPR with the dummy, Glair?
I did. There were a couple in there, Rich, towards the end of that match where you had me laughing quite a few times. Okay. So entertaining as always, as was that matchup. That is our second quarterfinals now done and dusted, and it is Boss who continues to push their way through the bracket, which means Boss will now be going up against Herald in our semis.
Oh, yeah.
So that will be a fantastic semis match, but we still got to finish up our quarterfinals, which means we're continuing to move on down the list, and this time the matchup is going to be between King Andy and Magma, as we can see there. And we're going to start things off with King Andy.
Yeah, someone we haven't really talked about much yet today. He was our 10th seed coming into this out of the States. His highest ladder finish was 697th earlier this year in January. He was our 6th seed coming to split 1 of the Snapdragon Pro Series. He ended up getting eliminated in the very first round, so hopefully looking to have some, or I mean already having more success today and hoping to ride that train.
Sure, I mean, he has limited experience as a solo player. He has played in a couple other competitions as part of a team.
Right.
And of course, team formats now don't really do much of 2v2, so obviously some competitive experience. But again, we talked, it's the refrain of the day, competitive experience is not all equal.
Right.
And you and I could host a competition that's you, me, a couple other casters, and depending on which casters it is, that level's gonna be a lot less than the guys we're seeing at the top echelon today.
Deco, you are not invited to our
No.
caster party. Sorry. His opponent, though, is someone that played very, very well in their opening set. They eliminated Ian, who was your pick, not to rub it in. I just wanted to remind
that didn't
everyone
hurt
at
at all.
home of that.
Thanks.
Magma, playing great so far, and it does feel like he is the favored one in this matchup. King Andy obviously having a lot less success and not being a name that we've heard for a long time. How you feeling about him so far today, man?
I mean, Magma looked really, really nice in our last matchup. He took advantage of the doors that were open to him,
Yes.
which of course is such a necessary piece of that. And taking the win against Ian, now look, we can talk about this matchup until our faces are blue.
Yep.
This one and of course the Hog matchup.
Right.
It felt like one of the big pieces for Magma today was he came prepared from a research standpoint. Now with Ian, you have plenty of stuff to pull that research from. The question is, how much do you have on King Andy to prepare, or are you purely basing it, are you purely trying to go in there being, well, I'm the better player, and not trying to do the analysis portion of it?
Well, it sounds like Magma and King Andy are ready to go.
Oh,
Let's
boy.
hop into the game right now. Glitter will catch up with you in maybe 2, probably 3.
So King Andy probably running Royal Giant, ran RGAQ in his last match, as well as, interestingly enough, that same Mortar Miner Minion Horde deck that we were both trashing so much earlier. So we'll see. He's kind of in that direction. Of course, this one looking more like Drill for Andy.
And while we're just kind of chilling here at the top of our third set and quarterfinals, a big shout out to our sponsors. The Snapdragon Pro Series is called that for a reason. Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters, think Snapdragon.
And that's a wonderful connection
Yeah.
for the Golden Knight. And not going to get a whole lot of damage out of it, but going to create some expenditure. I don't know what the small spell situation is for Andy. Instead goes high with the Ghost. Skelly's behind. Magma not that low on Elixir, though, so this should be an easy cleanup.
Yeah, I was just going to say that's the exact play you want. You want to drop that Royal Ghost right on top of the Dark Goblin. He clearly had cycled all the way back around to it with those Skellies coming out, and then you actually get yourself a nice counter push coming in. No drill ready to go. This could be a really tough defense. Golden Knight only hits one of them. The other one does connect.
Oof.
And that is the thing about the Golden Knight. Not only can his dash be tough to track, but also you have to pay attention to which direction he's looking, because he
Yes.
does not dash backwards. So really mastering the mechanics of that card now that it seems like it's truly locked into the meta. And this is a great send again. That Electro Wizard behind is trouble. That's tower down.
That NATO put it all off the board, and just like that, King Andy going with a much more meta version of Drill right now, and so far paying off. Can these wall breezes break on through? And no, they do not. Right now, King Andy in a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, this is really his game to lose. With only 45 seconds remaining, you know exactly how your opponent can hit you every time. You don't need to send out another drill. You don't need to ever cycle your Electro Wizard. Exactly. That's what you need to cycle, is your Giant Skeleton in the back, and then you just wait. Then when that Dark Goblin gets close, drop a Royal Ghost on top of it. Why not?
And you know what? Might as well play some defensive
never mind.
drills. Okay. Does he play the defensive drill?
Yes.
And he does. Takes care of the wall breaker. 23 seconds left, and Magma looks like he might have to regroup here for game number 2.
Maybe an E-Wiz to get on top of that Dark Goblin. Not sure. No, now he drops that second Royal Ghost on top. Really, really nice there, and it'll go invisible to take out the Inferno Tower. Oh, wow. That extra 0.2 seconds or whatever really added up right there.
Yeah. All right, Ghost. Good luck there, fella. And I don't know if that was just trying to set the line a little bit there at the bridge. King Andy coming out more traditional meta. Magma, look, wall breakers drilled certainly in there.
Yeah.
It felt like the Inferno Tower was maybe trying to snipe something, and he didn't get the snipe pulled off correctly. And there you go, GG, well played.
Yeah, and that's tough defense right there. You see the Skarmy coming down, but you know that Golden Knight dash is in. What can you do? Well, you have to do something. So he drops the Skarmy up high. It gets taken off the board with a dash and that E-Wiz, so you play a Dark Goblin. A brilliant NATO there from King Andy to take out that Dark Goblin and really steal the game in that moment.
So here we go, take a look at the matchup. King Andy, no big spell played and no small spell played, just one medium spell.
That's right.
As we say it now, so lots of options on the board spell-wise for Andy. Magma getting rid of a lot of cards that go into different decks. Right now, the Inferno Tower, not super worried about that one, but Log gone, Fireball gone, Skarmy gone, Skeleton King. It kind of seems like he zombied a bunch of decks and now has to make something out of what's left.
Yeah, and you know, when you talk about all those options being gone, those are obviously cards that he played, but they're also cards that are incredibly strong in the meta right now, which is why you want to try to vary it up just a little bit. He kind of put all of his eggs in one basket, and he was not able to take that game. You know, some great stuff there when you talk about being able to defend those wall breakers. There was that one time when the one wall breaker broke through, but it was really about turning those defenses into great pushes. And again, that was such a brilliant NATO to take that Dark Goblin out, and it's unfortunate the Skarmy did not work there for Magma, but he's got to regroup here in game number 2. King Andy up 1.
Looking like RGEQ for Magma. I was going to say King Andy doesn't have to really worry about Hog Rider. It feels like once Log is out, we've seen the other Hog Rider variations. I mean, unless you're running Hog X NATO, which is, you know, not a lot of players in this team are running that right now. And even then, that typically runs Log. Once Log's out, you kind of limited your options a whole lot. So King Andy, we'll see if he was ready for RG Giant Skeletons so far. Looking very much like Graveyard.
Yeah, and he's looking like he's got pretty good responses, right? He's got a building and a half, essentially, with that cannon cart coming off of its wheels. Royal Recruit's going to do a great job in the current meta when you talk about not getting a ton of value from that giant skeleton bomb going off. When there's an Archer Queen behind, it's a little bit of a different story, but one recruit will make its way to the tower and give King Andy the damage lead once again.
A kind of significant one, more than maybe I think either one of them thought might happen, and now Magma setting up RG behind King Tower in single elixir. And out comes the Mighty Miner, but maybe a little early out of King Andy?
Yeah, it's the first time that we've seen it today. Maybe he plays something right in front of it to look for that Fish Boy, and it looked like that's what he did there. I mean, why else would you play a cage that high when the RG's not on your side of the map? I think he was trying to get that Fish Boy pulled in, but that was just a misplay of interactions. And that's the type of thing where you're just getting a little bit too fancy for your own good. There's really no reason for him to take all this damage when he had all that elixir and these great responses in hand.
Yeah, I think the big problem there was playing the Mighty Miner out of sequence. He played that really early. It was not going to meet the Royal Giant on his side of the board. And it was going to meet in bad territory, and it forced him to make plays that weren't ideal. And now the lead for Magma beginning to grow.
Yeah, and once again, he has to play that cage up high because those recruits are cycled so far behind. So Rich, now twice in a row, kind of not playing his cycle correctly. One time playing it too early, the second time playing it a little bit too late with those Royal recruits. It made it so that Magma could really sell out at the bridge. So now this GY coming in, Mighty Miner gets pulled to the center. Cannon Cart has nothing on it.
Earthquake
Cannon Cart on the
play
tower
defensively, and now the Cannon Cart going to do a whole lot of shred work on the right-hand side. And, you know, that's one of those things about when people say, okay, here's what people say when they say a deck is low skill or no skill. They don't mean that it necessarily, like, a brain-dead person can play it. They mean that you can make a lot of mistakes early on, and one thing goes wrong the opposite direction, you can recover.
Yeah.
And there we just saw that right now.
And luckily for Magma, he does know the interactions well of that giant skeleton, being able to push that cannon cart back before it fell off of its wheels. But again, you know, that Fish Boy going to pull that Mighty Miner in. Mighty Miner still tanking, setting the line on that cannon cart with that Hunter. Nothing really on top of those Skellies. Electro Spirit comes down, and not in a horrible spot is Magma.
1051 to 1500. The real question now is, does Magma break through with a Royal Giant again? It does feel like King Andy has an easier path to damage in these final 90 seconds than Magma.
Yeah, and it feels like King Andy learned from his 2 cycle mistakes now of when to cycle things and where to cycle them. Those Royal recruits can come down, but he has Cage in hand, he has Cannon Cart in hand, so it's not as risky as before. And now we'll see that Mighty Miner go opposite lane, 100% HP. Graveyard comes in, and that was actually a pretty nice little little dance that we just saw.
Yeah, solid Mighty Miner play out of King Andy there. And
oh yeah.
Now entering triple elixir with Graveyard, with the advantage. 2 Fishermen on the board, but this should be enough to distract. Does he push back with the cage? And what is happening?
There it is.
A little bit late there. one shot in, that's a big one.
I think he was late playing that cage, expecting the Earthquake to come down just a second earlier. Does take a shot, gets the cage in, and now this is pretty much sewn up. I can't imagine he defends this, and he will not.
Wow.
Magma getting taken out by King Andy in style. 2 up, 2 down, and not bad at all.
Yeah, not bad in the least. And, you know, it really started looking bad for King Andy with the sequence before this one where he got that drill in early and then another one happened right behind that. But it was this graveyard. Mighty Miner, well, he's mighty tough and tanking a whole lot here with the cannon cart behind. We talk about it all the time, right? It's sometimes the cannon cart tanks for the graveyard, sometimes the graveyard tanks for the cannon cart. And that was the latter, and it resulted in a ton of damage.
And this is one of those situations, again, the weight of that giant skeleton able to push back that cannon cart to save that tower, but then you see this push coming in. And this all started with the cool switch of lane graveyard Mighty Miner, and then it turned into this push. A little bit of defense played and a lot of offense coming out here. And King Andy, 2 up, 2 down. Magma, adios.
GG, well played. And if you're playing RG Fishboy, there is one set of 6 you do not want to see on the board. That's the 6-man. And of course, the rise of Royal Recruits was during the Fisherman meta. Fisherman got big in 2019. Royal Recruits became massive. And of course, they stuck around quite nastily. And in this case, this was just one of those situations where Magma had to see that Royal Recruits come down and go, oh, come on.
Yep, Magma eliminated King Andy, moving on, and Glitter, we're almost through our quarterfinals.
We are. We have one more match to go. And you'd said that there was a potential for Magma to struggle when he couldn't research the person that he was going up against. So potentially that's what the downfall was. But as you see, King Andy making their way through to the semis, and the final matchup of quarters is going to be Arden versus Diego. And this one you've got to be excited for because we're getting to watch the returning champ.
Yeah, I mean, this does feel like a bit of a David versus Goliath matchup here for Diego, just because of how well Arden's playing, and also when you look at his, his history competitively, but more so even just how he played today, right? That set against Francisco was probably the most one-sided set that we saw here on broadcast. Now, there was obviously other 2-0s that happened in our round of 16, but this one was really, really tough. Part of it was the deck choice by Francisco. The other part of it was just great, clean play from Arden Toas, which is what we have come to expect. But like we talked about at the top of the show, like you talked about, Rich, is this when Arden runs into a little bit of adversity, how is he going to play through it? And that's definitely going to happen in at least one of the sets today. We'll see if it'll be this one against Diego, because there's not a lot of game tape on this guy.
Yeah, and we just saw how that game tape lack can create problems for you. Now, what we do know about Diego is success here at the Snapdragon Pro Series in his qualifiers. 10-1 overall in sets. Only took him a couple of tries to get here in the end. 74 top finish on ladder. Look, I don't care who you are. If you have a top 100 finish on ladder, you're capable of playing this game at a pretty high level.
I could not agree more. And then, Diego, 84.05 personal best. He did show up last year in CRL in round 4. He was our number 32 spot. He got 24th in our first split of the Snapdragon Pro Series. And like you said, a number 74 ladder finish just a couple months ago in April was really, really impressive. And a global tournament finish in the top 30 in the world. So he's got the skill. But you never know if that translates over, and we get to find out now against one of the best in the game.
Yeah, and that's going to be a whole lot of fun for us to watch, and I'm sure a lot more fun for Arden than it is for Diego. I feel like Arden is going to be feeling pretty comfortable coming into this one. Diego, this is every single match we have coming here forward is the biggest match, it feels like, of Diego's career.
Absolutely.
Man, no pressure. Why you gotta do that before they even load in? What if they can hear you?
Don't worry.
That's a lot of weight on your shoulders.
You'll be fine, I guess. Just, get the vomit off your sweater, mom spaghetti, and all that sort of stuff.
Don't lose. Don't lose.
That too.
The quality of the advice coming out of our two experts right now is literally unparalleled.
We should retire from casting and become coaches.
Yeah, that seems like
or
a really
inspirational speakers.
You know what? Honestly, I think you and I could do well with that. Who would sign up? Come on, guys.
Diego's like, not me.
Buy my book.
Not going to happen. Yeah, this feels like you have to take what you've seen from Arden over the last little bit with the Masters Challenge and here in Snapdragon Pro Series, and that's where you try to pick holes in his game. But as we all know, the meta change 2 days ago makes it a lot more difficult.
Yeah, and that's one of those things where I kind of envy I don't envy the newer players because most of them are playing not all of them, but most of them are playing more a smaller deck pool, maybe more outdated decks, whereas the competitive players who are really grinding are always staying up on what's new and what's fresh. The question is Diego ready?
And I'm assuming that Arden is probably going to be running the Giant. There it is. Ugh, half second sooner I would have got it. But you see the Hog come out. You talked about what's new and what's fresh. Arden already showed that he liked to do that in his prior set, and now we're seeing it once again with this Giant Skeleton, Hog Rider, most likely AQ, Earthquake, Fire Spirit, Log combination.
Diego looking more and more like Le Royal Giant. We'll see if that is in fact the case. Diego has been playing a lot of Hog himself. Not in this case. Hello, Royal Giant.
There's the RG coming down. Should be relatively easy defense. Probably going to want to drop a Log down. There it is. And no Elixir for a Hog.
A lot of Bomb Tower. A lot more Bomb Tower than I thought about, that I expected today.
Yeah, honestly, me too. And I'm a little surprised. I thought we'd see a lot more just Inferno Tower than any other building because it felt like that's the card that people have been really playing the most. And the Bomb Tower, I don't really know why. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me right now. There's not a lot of, you don't have to worry about the Skeleton King as much. You don't have to worry about Royal Hogs as much. And the things that have been more popular need a little bit more direct single target damage, like from the Tesla, Cannon, or Inferno Tower.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the look from him is I have nothing that's splashy, so why not make a building splashy?
Yep.
That might be the whole idea behind it. As we go past the first couple of minutes here, closer to double Elixir, 2254, the mark on Diego's top left-hand tower, a little bit less than that now. Courtesy of that Earthquake, 2890 for Arden Toas on that same lane.
You see him set up an Archer Queen here, could maybe get a login for just a little bit more chip and to hit all those units off the board. You know, he is at a 3-card cycle now. There is the log. I know what I'm doing sometimes.
The Giant Skeleton battle at the bridge, shades of old school 2v2 as those two go head-to-head.
That Archer Queen just getting a ton of value. Fishboy not going to pull it away, but not going to be a threat in the opposite lane. And Hog comes down a split second early. Would have been nice to just not to take that Electro Spirit damage, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I think he's just saying, hey, there's not a Fishboy, let me go.
Yep, exactly.
Royal Giant down behind the Giant Skeleton. Bomb Tower very low, good read out of Arden, knowing that that RG would get pushed, and that's why we talk about how important the log is in this matchup, right? We saw Hog without log earlier on. Snowball does not save that tower damage.
Hog tanking for that Giant Skeleton right now, but Hunter going to be there to take everything out of play, and another log coming in for some good chip damage. 1334 to honestly what feels like 2 untouched towers by Arden. Diego needs to figure out a way to get that Royal Giant on top of that tower, but I just don't know how. He doesn't have enough single target DPS up front. That Hunter cannot get in the face of all these units effectively in these bridge battles.
You know what's really crazy about this is, I mean, am I wrong here that the King Tower isn't even activated on Diego's side playing Fisherman against Hog Rider? So, I mean, that's part of the craziness here is what you basically think of as a standard gameplay moment when you see Fisherman against a Hog cycle deck. Hasn't happened, and we're down into sudden death already.
I wonder if he's worried about where that Fishboy ends up and what that Giant Skeleton could do to him, right? That does seem like the only acceptable reason why he wouldn't, but I agree. Having that King Tower activated would really help out as we're getting deeper and deeper into double and now into triple in about 7 seconds. Guard's going to get good value here. Giant Skeleton Bomb not going to do a lot. The Bar Barrel does come in, and now we finally see Diego break through.
Some really significant damage there as well, taking that to within almost 300 HP as we go into triple. Again, it does feel like triple Elixir does favor Arden Toas in terms of the cycle, but man, the question is how much pressure can Diego get into those double RG situations?
Yeah, and this I like with the high bomb tower. I would like to see him play 2 bomb towers on defense every now and then if he needs to, because we saw that was the issue on the last push, right? Was that bomb tower got taken off the board. He had nothing in tow to deal. And that Giant Skeleton does get pulled by the Fishboy, helping set that line.
Final 24 seconds. Arden currently with the lead. Diego cannot win a spell cycle fight here. He has to break through with 15 seconds left, looking less and less likely. Fishboy pulls the Giant Skeleton. That means Hog has a free trip to the tower. Hunter does stop it. Doesn't matter though. GG, well played. Game number 1 going to our defending champion.
Yeah, that was just one of those situations where you're Diego, and we've all been there before, where you're like, how on earth do I break through? What could I possibly do to break on through? And honestly, as you guys saw, there really wasn't a good way to do it. There's so much single target DPS in just the 2 cards of the AQ and those guards. That's it. You have a bomb tower down and a log to stall things out. Those 2 cards will take everything off the board. And we saw that time and time again. And, you know, I don't really know what the answer is, because you're not going to win a spell cycle race either, because they have log and a faster cycle than you. So what do? And we saw him break through that one time. Maybe you just go for that again.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those questions, right, where you're not going to break through pounding that same direction. I think the move here was to get him into a double RG situation, whether you're going RG to the other lane and make him play there right when you're getting into end of double towards triple, or whether you do, if you're trying to stack RGs at that same spot at the bridge. But that seems to be the I can't break through, here's what I have to do maneuver. And we didn't see Diego ever really attempt that, which is a big question for me.
I was just going to say, as you were going into that too, one of the most successful pushes we've seen with this type of deck all day long is, yes, 2 RGs, but also RG in one lane, very lightly supported, and then support that giant skeleton in the other.
Yeah.
It's tough to say against Arden because he does have the bomb tower with the guards and the archer queen there, but there has to be a way to break on through, right? And that's most likely the way to do it.
Yeah.
Change things up, go 2 lanes, because you're not winning that single lane battle. And again, one of the biggest reasons why is his highest DPS card in the Hunter has a really difficult time when it's behind the Royal Giant and behind the Giant Skeleton to be effective getting that burst shot through.
Yeah, now the big question here, as we move into game number 2, is how deep does Diego's deck pool go? He in the last match that he ran that RG Giant Skeleton deck, he paired that with P.E.K.K.A. Ram Rider with Poison, right? So now we don't know how deep it goes. Obviously, he came in planning with 3, maybe 4 total decks to pair with that RG at minimum, right? But if he didn't, that's my big question here is, does Arden just look at that and go like, oh, I'm going to snipe P.E.K.K.A. Ram Rider right now?
I mean, if I was Arden, I might either look for the snipe on P.E.K.K.A. Ram Rider in some sort of minor control deck, or I might just do what he did in the first set. Why not just run back that Golden Knight NATO drill deck with Magic Archer? Because it's another situation where, you know, that deck can struggle against the deck that we just saw, because the Giant Skeleton get dropped down right up front, blow up all those troops. You don't get as much defense against that RG unless you play your drills, and then you can't get offense on the board. So the fact that that's not really a factor, you don't have to really worry about saving that drill defensively. You don't have to worry about the Giant Skeleton building or destroying your pileups at the bridge. And you saw how he played it in his first set of the day. Like, why not?
Yeah, why not indeed? So that'll be the big question here for Diego as we're waiting for our next one to come around. And of course, reminder, there's a lot of Clash Royale to be played here and beyond. For more in the Snapdragon Pro Series, of course, you can go to snapdragonproseries.com to maybe get in on the action, not just in Clash Royale, but other games beyond.
Yeah, and of course, there is the Europe, Middle East, North Africa series still going on, where a golden ticket will be given away. That is Snapdragon Pro Series as well, just without Northern America, and it's going to be on the other side of it. And hey, thank you guys. Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters, think Snapdragon. And right now, Diego trying to get a win on his side of the board, trying to stay alive against arguably the best player in the tournament.
And here we go, game number 2. And Diego opening up with the Baby Dragon. So does not feel like it's likely he was going the direction we mentioned earlier, and kind of just hanging out, a soft staring contest, if you will, here in game number 2.
And Diego maybe running, I mean, there's a few things. Could be Golem, could be Lumberloon Freeze. Doesn't feel like it should be that.
Golem, it looks like.
Yep.
And that Bomber's going to get Shred City'd. And Golden Knight does still dash.
I mean, you got to know that interaction. You really need to know that interaction. And I guess no. I mean, if you have E-Barbs and you know that's going to happen, just drop them a second earlier.
Nice little barb barrel there. E-Barb doesn't connect, and Diego has to be really frustrated with how the first minute 15 of this game went.
And Arden doing exactly what he should, keeping up the pressure, keeping up damage. That could have been a little bit of an overcommit, so maybe that baits out the Golem here from Diego. Let's see when he ticks to 10, if he drops it in the back.
Should go to that left-hand lane. We'll see if that's the choice he makes. he goes away from the from the weak side lane, and that to me feels like textbook the wrong thing to do when you play goal.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little surprising. I guess maybe he's thinking that the win condition from Arden is also really heavy, so he wouldn't want to play it naked on the opposite side of the board, and he's just going to be caught defending right now. But this should be a pretty easy defense for Arden, considering how much he has here. Ebarb's coming down late. Ebarb's going to get raged up. That Heal Spirit going to get some good value, and this actually could be trouble, Rich.
Okay.
Oh, nice Nado.
Back. Cannon Cart's still not off its wheels yet.
Yeah, not even touched.
Yeah, that's absolutely huge. He's going to eat some damage here, maybe even give up the lead, but no, not quite. Man, so here's the thing, right? That was a lot. Arden does come out slightly ahead on Elixir. Diego now spamming golems, and Arden goes into the same lane.
I was just going to say, Arden, I feel like, is going to drop a golem now that he knows what his opponent has everything to send at him. He knows how he likes to layer his offenses. He goes, okay, now that I've learned what I need to learn, now I'm going to try to win the game. And that lightning from Arden should get an insane amount of value in these pushes if he can thread that needle. And right there, if he can hit both those E-Barbs and that Electro Dragon, that would be brilliant.
Oh, the Lumberjack came back, and he didn't get the Electro Dragon.
Yeah, that is tough. Of all the cards you miss, that's the one you really wanted to hit. Because you can see right now the value that E-Dragon is giving.
It's just hanging out there. Took off its hat, put its coat on the rack, decided to stay a while as we go into sudden death overtime. Diego's choice to go opposite lane with the Golem, and maybe you had the right read there that he didn't want to play Golem into his weak side tower into another Golem deck.
Yeah.
And now it seems like it's paying off.
Yeah, because now Arden is kind of playing on Diego's time here, and now you wonder if he can thread that lightning again. It's really tough after missing it the first time. He's down in Elixir. He's got full Elixir now. Doesn't play anything. There's the lightning, and he definitely hits the E-Dragon that time. But does it matter?
Does it matter?
No.
Probably not. Probably kind of a moot point at this point. Of course, again, Diego has to really get on tower to win, and Arden doesn't, but Diego's so far ahead in Elixir, it feels like that's going to be it.
Yeah, now you see here a push on the opposite lane. Something's going to catch that Lumberjack, and that Bomber, I think, is going to do enough to hold everything at bay. Golem just needs one shot.
GG, well played. So Diego doing the thing you need to do, which is get a deck that's matchup dependent and get the matchup against the better player.
Well, this is exactly what I was saying Arden should not do, right? Don't play a deck where you can't factor in the outplayability. You're the best player in the tournament, at least it appears that way as of right now. You are the defending champion of the Snapdragon Pro Series here in North America. So why play a deck that is just drop units and hope for the best, right? Hope that lightning threads the needle. If you would have played Minor Control, if you would have even played that other deck that we were talking about that he played in game number 2 with the, the bridge spam-esque looking deck with the Golden Knight and Magic Archer and Nado and Drill and all that stuff, I really think that would have been a better choice. If you're the better player in a set, and I feel like I've heard pros say this forever now, you don't pick a deck that doesn't allow you to outplay your opponent.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he thought maybe he'd be up against Hog EQ with Archer Queen, which Diego does play a lot, was playing a lot just a few minutes ago on ladder as he waited for this match to start. And maybe he was going, cool, I can Nado Hogs and I can Lightning EQs, GG, well played, and that's what he was going for here.
And you talk about the deck that Diego is running. That Heal Spirit connecting could almost win the whole game for you right there. When you look how beefy all these cards are, that Heal Spirit getting good value is a nail in the coffin.
Yeah, a big one here, and of course when you add on top of that, a lightning that doesn't take an Electro Dragon off the board.
Yeah.
Man, that Lumberjack came back and was just like, yeah, here, I got you.
I'm going to win the game for you right now.
Yeah, we're good, we're fine.
Yeah, that was the one thing that felt like went really, really wrong.
Yeah.
Right? Now, Diego switching lanes was good. I understand why Arden... You know what? I don't even know. I wonder if when that Golem goes down in the right-hand lane, if Arden just doesn't do the same thing. Because that's, again, giving you a better opportunity to outplay your opponent, right? Because we were talking about, well, Diego doesn't go to the weaker side. Well, maybe it's because he recognizes he's going up against Golem.
Yeah.
Golem against Golem can be really tough. Give yourself that outplayability again. If Golem versus Golem in the same lane is the situation that you're put in, that's okay. Figure out how you can take that Golem out and then the units behind it, as opposed to just going, all right, I'm just going to defend. I'm just going to defend forever. Because defending forever is going to work for me. As you can see right there, it really doesn't, because you miss one thing or one Heal Spirit comes in, that Elixir advantage is gone. That skill gap is gone.
Yeah, I mean, you're either going head-to-head there, or when that golem goes down, you're putting more damage, making more going to that left-hand lane.
Right.
Maybe you can't do that now because, look, Elixir, slightly Elixir advantage of Diego at that point. You know Golem's coming down. Diego might just ignore that and pile on and blaze right on through to your King Tower.
And then it's a 3-crown rush, which you also don't want to be in because it's clear that Diego has more firepower in his deck with the E-Barbs, with the Baby Dragon, plus that Electro Dragon. He doesn't have a spell there, and that's the only kind of split factor for Ardentois, where it's like, all right, how do I take this advantage of the fact that I do have a spell? Well, let's take the E-Dragon out with those E-Barbs. Lumberjack turns around, and just like that, and it is truly the worst card to miss with that spell, right?
Yeah.
Because that chain, that stun, that reset, all of that becomes ever more impactful once that golem was on top of that Princess Tower.
So we talk about the decks that they already played, right? Both playing Golem here in game number 2. Game number 1, it was Arden playing the
Hog Rider deck,
the Hog AQ deck against the Royal Giant deck. So we've gone heavy twice from Diego's side, very heavy.
Yeah.
He still does have P.E.K.K.A. Ram Rider as a possibility here in game number 3. And now the question becomes one more time does Arden try to get in the way of that P.E.K.K.A. Ram Rider deck?
I just think Arden needs to do what we said in game number 2, which is just pick a deck that allows you to outplay your opponent. Now, I know that seems like such a brain-dead factor, but it's really not. That Golem deck is not a deck that you can do that with easily, right? You have to commit so much to every single interaction that once those happen, once you play 2 or 3 things in the same lane, you're committed there. Whereas if you're having a deck with a little bit more outplayability, you can change lanes more often, you can make back Elixir on your defenses, whereas in these defensive situations, he would have to pretty much always spend even to even stop the push from breaking on through.
Now, one thing I do want to note here, and some of you might be watching being like, hey guys, can we just see the game? Why are you two yapping so much? And it's because most likely someone's taking a long time to pick their decks.
Yes.
So the question now is it Arden who's sitting there going through a bunch of different options, or is it Diego who's sitting back taking his sweet time trying to figure out how to beat Arden?
I hope it's the latter, because if Arden is confident in his gameplay and his deck pool, he should go, all right, this is it. I'm tired of this. Let's go to this deck to win this set.
Sure.
Whereas Diego has a lot more on the line. He's never been here before. He has no deck pool to really look at other than what you've already seen on Royale API, which everyone else can see on Royale API, so you never know if he's playing on a different account to practice so he can try other decks out. I think it should be Diego taking his time to figure out, how do I take down this top dog? Whereas, and I know I'm like a broken record here, Arden just needs to pick a deck that he is incredibly good with that allows outplayability. I don't want to see any Lava Hound. I don't really want to see RG out of him because it doesn't really feel like it's quite his style. I'd love to see Mortar. I'd love to even see Bait, and I'd even love to see Graveyard. Why not?
The hard part about Bait for him, log out, right? So now you're playing a non-log version of Bait, which is already a question. But I would have loved that too, right? Fire Spirit out, and one of the most popular Bait decks right now is the Riley deck, the one with the miner, with the Mighty Miner for Bait, right? So that one's really popular. So then we're getting to a question of, okay, you played log in game number 1. You want an outplayability deck. What are the decks that don't play log that possess that outplayability right now?
I think there's still a good Minor Poison deck in there that you can use. Now, obviously, log is what you want in there, but I think in that situation, if you have Royal Delivery, you can really use Snowball instead.
Sure.
I think if you have Snowball to help with that Minor on tower, slow it down, give you a little bit more damage, and just Minor Poison control. Control the game. That's when he's at his best, is when he's controlling the tempo. And if you're going up against someone like this that's a little bit newer, try to frustrate him. We all know how frustrating it is to go into Minor control for like 3 minutes, and you're like, all right, he's somehow still in the lead. I've put everything in. How do I take this tower in the next 2 minutes? Then you start kind of reaching. And that's when I think Arden would be playing better against Diego.
It's certainly a possibility, right? Like, you talk about Minor control specifically. The move taking log out of it, remember, is no longer a Royal Giant concern anymore, right? You already used log against Royal Giant. So I really like that call a lot. And also Minor control, you talk about the outplayability. It's one of those ones where I think that we just saw, I know we saw NATO on the side of Arden. Did we see NATO on the side of Diego in that variant?
I'm not 100% sure, but we are going to hop into the game and answer that question for it. Well, maybe it'll answer our question.
I'll answer it right now. And yes, we did see NATO.
Right,
so
in the Golem deck.
that opens up a whole lot of Minor options. And maybe we're seeing Minor control here Maybe we're seeing minor wall breakers.
And that, I'm okay with this. I'm okay with Wall Breakers Drill because that's exactly the type of deck that I'm talking about. You can change lanes on a dime. You can bait out stuff from your opponent, go opposite lane. Wall Breakers is always going to be an outplayability card because of how much damage they can do, how quickly they do them. Although that is a very interesting, just get on top of my tower play here by Arden. Looks like he's maybe trying to build a big offense.
Yeah, that's low, and you talk about it right there. So Mega Knight not seen a lot in the current meta. Prince doesn't connect, but Mega Knight tanking, Wall Breakers behind, no way to stop that.
Yep.
Boom, boom, and the lead goes right back to Arden.
And this might be the deck that runs only Zap. I'm not 100% sure, depending, obviously, as the next 3 cards are played here by Arden. But that spell power not necessary when you have those Wall Breakers breaking on through that early on. Mine are going to go behind the tower, so a defensive drill comes out, and I really think that's kind of the only play he had in that moment. And there's that Zap.
Well, it's a great call from Diego to go with a deck that really would struggle against Lightning now that Lightning's out by Arden, right? So not really concerned about anything, taking that AQ off the board in one fell swoop. Mortar's a whole lot stronger now because you're not worried about being against Lightning, also not worried about EQ. This is a really great deck 3 pick out of Diego.
Yeah, and then you talk about the fact that this deck from Arden doesn't really, or at least normally run any big spells, and after we see that Zap come out, it feels more and more like that. This is going to be trouble because you're going to want that spell power to help with that Archer Queen, to help with that Mortar, or to help with that Cannon Cart. You know, one of the things that AC told me, because he knows how much I love Mortar, and Josh actually loves playing Mortar as well, if your opponent doesn't have a big spell, and you have other ways to get on through, just play that Mortar defensively. It's so annoying. It is so tough.
Yeah.
Because Mortar has so much HP. And when you look at the cards that are in hand here for Arden, he's going to have a really difficult time getting on top of it.
Yeah, Mortar now with Cannon Cart in front, Wall Breakers to distract.
Maybe
Trying
MK?
to get, yeah, MK low here this time as opposed to up high on it. Gets the leap, and now to protect the Musketeer, and still, wow.
Yeah. And that Zap, yes, the Zap did hit the Mortar, which is good because the MK didn't pull the aggro from it, but in a very bad spot is Arden Toast right now, back up against the wall. He might be looking at elimination. We've seen him play out of tough spots before.
Yeah, but at this point, this pathway is getting cleared,
There's,
right? I mean, look at that. Mini Minter out, Ian out. Right now, we're starting to see all the big boys drop, and
it's just boss.
This could be Arden too.
Yeah, and honestly, it is. That Cannon Cart's going to connect. No, it does not. Mega Knight comes down just in time, but 345 remains. I'm imagining that's probably a big spell that Diego's holding in his pocket.
So drill deep, Wall Breakers high. Mortar will turn back towards the drill. Valk to clean up, no connection here. Musketeer should get the Mortar off the board, and it does.
Get a Miner in.
Yeah, holding on, and he's putting Miner down early, but now Miner goes, Prince down early. Miner goes way back, goes way inside, and that's GG, well played.
Yep.
Another one of the big boys gonna go, no, hold on, don't do this to me.
No, there's no way.
Dude, but you know Clash.
I know.
You know this
the
game.
second that you say it's all sewn up. Now, wait, what, another Prince coming in? But there's the snowball coming down, and that's going to do it. Arden Toas picking a deck with no big spell, just Zap in there, and that was a really, really nicely played set there by Diego. Great control, and like you said, Rich, there's no EQ, there's no Lightning in play. What is going to play well against this deck? Well, how about something with a ton of EQ and Lightning value, and Arden was just thirsting for a response this entire game.
Yeah, I don't know if Diego got lucky. I don't know if Diego is a brilliant analyst. I don't know if he hired Julesy and Jeebus to come be a co-coach team for him in this one. But either way, really a solid deck picking as the match went on.
Yeah.
And that game 3 pick, really nice from Diego.
And you see right there, Arden did have another spell in hand. It was Arrows, but Arrows not going to get any value in this matchup. The Zap is there for the Spears. That's it. AQ fine, Valk fine. The biggest problem, though, is that Cannon Cart. That Cannon Cart allowed Diego to continue to get on offense because he would be able to, as we saw him do, play it in front of the Mortar, which if that was a different card, like if that was Bats, for instance, because normally that would be something a little bit more baity that we would see, or even Skellies, you're not getting that value and you cannot get that aggressive.
Well, the aggression did not work out on his part. Instead, Diego moving on, and we have our semifinalists. Glitter, top 4, here we go.
Yeah, I mean, this is crazy today. Defending champ out, like you guys were saying, all of the heavy hitters out, out. I mean,
So sad.
I don't even know what to expect anymore.
Boss.
I was going to say, this is Boss's turning to win, man. This is where Boss must step up and take that gold. He's the biggest name in the game. He's the most experienced. Now's the time for him to win.
Well, we'll have to see if he is able to do it when we move towards those semis. We'll take one final look back at our bracket because we are now down from 8 to 4 as our players continue to push through this bracket. So don't go anywhere because the semifinals of our Clash Royale Mobile Open Finals are coming up after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me.
Welcome Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. It has been a night of upsets as we head into our semifinal matches here today. And you'll see that reflected. Some big names going out here in this bracket, but we still have a couple left that we can talk about. And we have some new faces, which you do love to see, even if that means that our reigning champ did just go down in our last of those quarterfinals matches. Still been a fantastic day so far.
Definitely.
Yeah, a whole lot of fun for sure. And, you know, we still have one big name
I
left.
was just going to say.
And a half a name in there, or a guy making his name, but they're both playing each other in the first semifinal.
Yeah, and I wonder if all the old pros, all the old vets are sitting there just hoping Boss pulls this one out for the old kind of guard, because
Sure.
it does feel like it is changing, especially with these names that we're seeing here today. You know, a lot of great stuff from Harold, King Andy. You know, we saw Magma take down Ian, but then Magma gets taken down as well. Diego coming out. Arden being eliminated is not super surprising because of all the other big names that we lost along the way.
Exactly, and you guys are going to see just how this final big name does, because it's going to be Harold versus Boss in our first of the two semifinals matches.
I don't know what to say. This is a tough one because going into this tournament, obviously you go, all right, well, it'd probably be Boss, right? He's got more experience. He's got the more impressive resume. But after watching Harold play throughout today, and as we're going to see in these highlights, he had some really great deck choices, and really more than anything, he just had some really, really clean understanding of the macro of the matchup.
And I think that's a great term that you use here, the macro overall. There was, with all these games, it felt like he had a 5-minute view rather than a 30-second view.
Yeah.
And that's such a huge differentiating factor between success and failure, right? You can know the micro of every single card, but if you don't know how to play the matchup on top of that, I don't care how many great plays you can pull off, you have to know that full field view.
And here we go. We got Boss on the other side of it, someone that definitely understands that full field view, but he has been somewhat predictable in his deck choices. I would really hate for him to come out with Royal Giant in game number 1, but that isn't the story of today for Boss. Boss has played through a lot of adversity. He stayed in the game, and obviously that last set that he was in was one of the toughest of our semis against Bruzani.
Yeah, I mean,
or quarters, excuse me.
I don't want to see RG. I don't want to see Golem.
Yep.
We've seen Lava Hound today, but you look through his deck choices today, they have been all so up and down central meta. They've also all been relatively thick.
Yep.
Splash Yard, Royal Giant, Lava, Golem, even the Fireball bait. He's been selecting good central meta decks for those matchups, but we haven't seen him really go cycle, and we haven't seen him go with anything outside of really a core deck pool.
All right. Well, we've got a lot to take into account here, and like we said a few times, lots of unexpected upsets going on, but it is the time of the day where I get to ask Chad again your opinion and who you think is going to be taking home this semifinals match. Will it be Boss or will it be Harold? You can hit the widget down below. Let us know which player you think is going to be taking this one home, because then we're in the finals. This is the last hurdle until they get through to finals. So we'll have to see if Boss can stand up to that pressure.
Yeah, money doubling every position that you move up so far, and that's one of the things that is the really most important for everyone else in here, probably except for Boss. Not to say that he doesn't want the money, who doesn't want a few $1,000, but when you talk about who he is and in the content creation game, there could be a little bit more weight on the mind of the other 3 competitors. And yes, I know, I can loan you $5 later.
Oh, thank you. I do need another coffee. I don't know, like with Boss, look, Boss has a big content career going on. He certainly has been very successful in that department. He's got a huge fan base behind him as well. And he doesn't. The money isn't the big driving factor. But again, we know how much. And if you follow Boss on Twitter @BossCR, you know how much Boss takes his success and failures to heart, right? So if I'm betting who's feeling this more, honestly, I think Boss is feeling this more because he knows that everyone that he knows is watching him right now.
Well,
100%.
they're going to be watching right now because we're headed straight on into the match.
And one of the things that AC said in the split 1 of this is that Boss is a very he's a guy that you always know his mentality, whether that's for better or for worse. And one of the things I think that's been really great today is it just feels like Boss has just played the Clash Royale that he knows and loves intimately. He's playing heavy decks, but he's varying them up. And I love that you went through and pulled his deck pool because, yes, it is heavy, but it's not predictable, which I think is the most important part of it. And right now we're seeing something that also is not predictable. Maybe he is going for a bit of control here. You see the delivery, you see the Valk, you see the AQ, and I'm not upset with that.
Yeah, you see a relatively similar look in minor wall breakers out of Herald as well. So Mortar, potentially a minor deck here with the cycle cards, and the High Inferno does not get on the Mortar initially, but overall, and now look at the pressure coming in out of Herald.
Yeah, and that delivery will not get there in time. If it's even in hand, no, he just played it, excuse me. So there was just nothing to play there. Really, really tough spot and a great recognition by Herald.
And now Boss knows he's up on Elixir, so he goes really, really aggressive. I don't know if this connects, and he does get some shots.
Yeah.
Doesn't quite get the damage back all the way, but gets it close enough and maintains an Elixir lead. So good read overall by the Boss mate.
Yeah, I love that play by Boss. I love that he got aggressive. He didn't kind of tuck and roll after he got hit hard, right? He goes, all right, that means you spent X, which means I can punish you with Y.
And that's just a rough sequence for Herald all the way around. Gonna have to go ahead and spend the Miner on the bomb, on the Mortar. The wall breakers don't do it, the Miner doesn't do it. 2 shots in from the Mortar, and now Miner to the front. It feels like the momentum is heavily favoring Boss now.
100%, and Herald is just kind of playing in the same lane, which whoa. You can see me not knowing what to say because that, I don't know on what planet is that a good play. You know that the AQ is in cycle. You know the Mortar's probably going to come down. And wait. Oh, yeah, and that's a defensive. No, that's an offense. So the first one was a defensive? What is happening? What was that first poison?
Yeah, that was unique. And now here we are with 7:17 on the left-hand side. Can you just go pull that whole segment so we can figure out what the heck happened there? As one wall breaker connects, and just like that, 9:06 to 7:17. Not out of it yet is Herald.
Yeah, I'm still at a loss for what happened there. Maybe it was a misclick by Boss on a card he thought he had selected, but either way, it doesn't matter. Boss now dropping his lead, 674. Miner going to go in here, wall breakers to defend, and then a Fire Spirit and Bats. So Herald spending everything cheap that he can, and he's still in the lead.
And here we go. Miner just hit, and 500 HP. Law gets some more chip in. Poisons both directions. This is looking what looked like a runaway game for Boss turned on its head. That Miner gets picked up easily here.
Fire Spirit to the front with the Valkyrie behind.
Whoa.
And something crazy is going on with interactions. Poison's out in both directions.
Oh my gosh.
But Boss has the damage deficit.
Oh my
so
gosh.
will the other poison go in first? And it will. Herald sends the poison a second late, but he has the damage lead. I don't know what that poison was earlier. I please hope, yes, show us what happened here. No, this is not it. It was
whatever, fine. Show the photo finish and then show us the other thing, because they're all things. Okay, so, this is a few seconds late, I believe. Yeah, that's a few seconds late of the poison we wanted to figure out of what, there was a poison that was weird.
It was a Boss poison.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, there you go. There you go. We can sit here all day. There it is. Blue in. Okay, keep going, keep going. Keep going. Keep it going.
Come on.
There.
What? So let's see that poison. So that poison's ticking.
So that's a blue poison.
Okay, yeah, that's the poison that you want to have on
from
there.
the Valkyrie.
Mortar down, opposite direction.
2 from the Miner, 3 from the Wall Breakers, and then there's a Fire Spirit.
So that's an offensive poison again. So Herald just cycled real fast.
Like a madman.
Yeah, that was just, I can't believe that early in the game 2 poisons got down. And then here you go, photo finish. And the big one here is that Boss doesn't have a small spell, so he's playing a losing race. Kaboom, 5 HP, and Herald steals a game away that looked like Boss had Sona.
The longest second of Boss's life, and a big shout out to you guys in the replay booth for putting up with our shenanigans down here, but we had to know how he cycled that quickly all the way around, and you know what? Props to him. He knew that 4 elixir, that naked poison on the tower, which honestly, in the situation he was in, it felt like a bad idea. It didn't get on top of the Mortar. It allowed the AQ to be played in the back, but somehow Herald just rapidly cycles over and over. 2 more Miners out, and obviously the 6 logs. like you said.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, 7 elixir is the fastest way around, and that has to have been it, right? So you play the poison. Okay, skeleton, fire spirits, log, and whatever the 3 elixir was.
A miner that came out, I think.
And a miner, right? So you're right back to poison pretty quickly, and we saw that one starting to stack those ones up there on the tower. GG, well played. And now this is where we talk about the mentality of Boss.
Yeah.
He had it. And this is a story that we hate to tell. It's a story that's common where Boss is getting into the later rounds. He has it, and then it slips through his fingers, and that was what happened in game number 1.
And what's the best way to stop that narrative that's kind of been going on for a while is to step up in this moment right now when you clearly had a game sewn up, you clearly had the lead, but you dropped it. It happens to everyone. It happens to the best players in the world, but now it's resetting, coming back, and do not play Royal Giant in this game. I really think it would be a bad idea. I think that everyone knows that that's kind of a comfort thing for Boss to go to. I mean, you know what? I really did love that Piggy's Recruits deck that he rocked earlier on today. It's different, it's weird, and it worked.
Sure, Piggy's Recruits worked out nicely for him. Now, the question is, when he's looking at the matchups he has in front of him, does Piggy's Recruits still play in those matchups? You know, the Piggy's Recruits was nice. Recruits deal with a lot of good single target damage, and it played out very nicely for him. But you know, when you're looking at Herald, and I need to go back and look at some of his deck pool from his previous games. Do the recruits match up well with what we've seen from Herald so far? And I don't know if the answer is yes.
I think the other thing, too, when you look back at that first game that we just saw, maybe Boss just needed to be a lot more defensive and then a little bit more aggressive with his miners plus, right? His miners and poisons, right? If you have that big of a lead going into that late in the game, why not just miner poison? You know, it's a 7 elixir push, but then you just spend everything else defensively, right? That way you can protect yourself. That way you don't have to worry about the game kind of running away from you in that moment. And it also makes so that your opponent, because they are worried about losing their tower, have to overspend on the defensive side. I don't really think the mortars late were really that necessary. And even though they did connect a couple times, he is the person that lost the game. So I don't know if it was just, instead of spending that elixir on the mortar, wanting it to connect, get that miner and the poison on, they will connect. Especially because you don't have that log.
You don't have that log. That's one of the big ones, right? Not having that log. Now, to keep that in mind, log still available for Boss as we go into our next one. And oh boy, is Boss running Royal Giant here in game number 2?
And this is where Herald's going to run Drill Cycle with NATO, with Drill, obviously. We'll see if he has just the Magic Archer or if he's got the Electro Wizard as well. If he's got the E-Wiz, this could be a really tough spot for Boss to be in. You have the stun, you have the slow, you have the NATO, you have the and the pullback.
And running Fireball against Archer, or against Mother Witch, always nice. So she goes down easy.
Yeah, Mother Witch getting that hit speed increase, and Boss goes aggressive here. P.E.K.K.A up high, and
oh boy,
you know, this is even more so kind of what we're talking about, a bit of a change up here. He's got the E-Wiz and the P.E.K.K.A, and he is running a form of bridge spam. We'll see what those other 2 cards are.
Yeah, that's really fascinating out of Herald.
And he went Fireball instead of Poison, too, because it's going to work against the Mother Witch more effectively, more quickly, and of course those Zappies more effectively and more quickly. So Herald in a good spot, at least as of right now, in terms of deck selection.
First minute 20 away, and even though Herald has a nice deck selection situation, the lead does currently sit with Boss by 100 HP on the dot, no more, as that Golden Knight does his dance right to tower.
And I like that play there by Herald, knowing that the best response for Boss in that moment was to get the Fish Boy out, so he immediately drops that Golden Knight up front to kind of cushion his push. He's able to get a connection on tower. Some nice Fireball value there. Mother Witch doing her horrible thing. As a person that plays bait, Mother Witch is one of my least favorite cards to play against.
Interesting seeing Mother Witch on both sides of this one here. And Ram Rider down in front of the Mother Witch, and Ram Rider will be dealt with.
Oh, look at that. Bar Barrel coming in, distracting the Fish Boy. Doesn't get on tower, but still, you love the idea that Herald was going for, and that has to make Boss think twice about where he plays that Fisherman on his next defense.
Well, it did get it for some of those spawned pigs through, so does at least get partially what it wanted, some more extra damage on the tower. Golden Knight pulled in. Is Bar Barrel back right now for Herald? Royal Ghost going to go ahead and work with the Golden Knight ability. And now he'll save that Bar Barrel, bring it in here. Nope, instead back to E-Wiz to control. And there it comes in.
It's a good lightning.
Yeah, a little bit late, but the Bar Barrel does come in. But now this Skeleton King...
I was going to say, he needs to take it out of play. It might get back down to its ability. No, it does not. But we were both thinking the exact same thing. It had been alive for a very, very long time.
And these aggressive fishermen up high just to disrupt what Herald's trying to put together are doing a really, really nice job for Boss. And that's the big idea, right? Fisherman isn't just for pulling troops away from your Royal Giant to protect it. They're also for disrupting the sequencing of your opponent. And right now, Boss is doing a good job with that.
There you go. Royal Ghost down. Barb going to go out of play. That Royal Ghost is not going to distract, so Ram Rider does get pulled, but our Royal Ghost getting tanked for and on top of that tower.
865 remaining. Things swinging again mightily towards Herald's direction. 90 seconds left. Can Boss find a way to break through here?
Back up against the wall is Boss, on the verge of being eliminated. 2 piggies on the tower, Rich. That just might be it right there.
Log trying to hold on, but now a full send coming in. No, piggies do break through.
Mother Witch back in cycle already.
But this Skeleton King could end up being an issue.
Get that P.E.K.K.A down up high if you can. If you get the elixir there, it'll get pulled, but no, doesn't. Still gets the Barb Barrel out as the Mother Witch is still spawning those piggies on the board.
No way to get to the Mother Witch. Golden Knight does a full dance here.
Not a great lightning opportunity, and then he has to go. I just went Australian there for a second.
Gee. And that's a clean 2-0 for Herald. And now Boss is out, so every single veteran gone. And I wanna put this in context because a year ago, around this time, we had the ESL the ESL Mobile Open.
Yeah.
And you know who the winner was for NA that time around? Hasiel. That was the time we didn't know anything about Hasiel. Hasiel won that, and then of course went and turned to become a name that we knew going into CRO World Finals and beyond. Could this be potentially Herald's version of the same thing, or will we be talking about him later this year?
I mean, why not? The way that he played this was so great, incredibly patient. He did a very good job of his deck selection here. I like that he was almost looking for Royal Giant. He had the P.E.K.K.A there. He had that Mother Witch with this deck, which really doesn't normally work out, but he gets a ton of value out of that Mother Witch. You saw the last one that was played was on the board for about a minute, and Boss's Skarmy got no value whatsoever just because of that.
And on top of that, Boss's Lightning didn't get very much value either, right? You have some targets where you're like, hey, maybe I could get like the Mother Witch and the E-Wiz and the sequencing like.
Is that what Boss sounds like?
Yeah, Boss sounds like this. Maybe I could get the Mother Witch and the E-Wiz. Who knows, man? Maybe I could get all that together. Didn't happen. I need some water.
He does do that on stream. He doesn't.
Yeah.
That's totally what Boss sounds like.
It sounded like you do that impression relatively frequently, but it didn't sound easy.
No, it's my friend Josh Adam Myers. Look him up on YouTube.
Okay, all right. Another upset. Just going with the theme of the night. Big names gone. This is now down to everybody else. Okay, Herald pushing through to finals. We now know one of our 2 competitors who will be battling it out for that first place prize. And now we just have to get the second one. We get to continue on through our semis, moving on to King Andy and Diego, both players having put up some really solid performances throughout the night here so far.
Yeah, it's like you look at King Andy and you're like, okay, well, he beat these guys along the way, but then it's like, oh, well, Diego beat Arden, right? So it's really hard to say anything other than that maybe Diego has the favor in this, but both of these guys have played exceptionally well, and who'd have thought that our final 3 would be King Andy, Diego, and the guy that we just saw, whose name I don't know because I've never heard of him, but no, I'm joking. It was a joke. And Harold.
Harry, Andy, and Diego all hanging out here at the end. Sounds like a very small bachelor party. They're, with this one, if you're talking about the Andy versus Diego matchup, I'm going to give Diego the edge on one very small but very important factor. The deck picking we saw him pull against Arden Toas was high-level deck picking.
Yeah.
He sequenced that whole three-game set really, really well. And, if you're talking about the difference makers here, look, who knows what he's got going on against King Andy. Who knows what King Andy's going to play, but we should know that Diego plays really well in Game 3.
Yeah, and we know that King Andy plays some kind of odd decks, as we just saw in that replay there. So Diego here, you can see this is the set that we just saw against Arden Toas. And this is a moment where you go, okay, well, this deck isn't really that meta, right? Well, no, but when you look at the fact that this is game number 3, and Rich, as you were talking about, when you go back through and look at all the spells and other cards played by Arden, this deck is pretty brilliant on paper because there's no great way for the spells that are remaining for Ardent Toas to get good value against this deck. And this deck is really beefy, man. Really beefy.
Well, beefy it is, and I think looks like he might be ready to eat. I know I'm hungry.
How?
You're gonna kill
How is
Glitter
that
by the end of this.
that we just got. What is happening? Things are devolving very,
Prime cut.
very quickly. I'm sure chat is loving it though. I'm sure that this is what they're here for. You know what? I'm just sending it straight back on over to you so we can wrap these semis up, okay?
These beefy semifinals. Let's go. Diego, 94 top of your screen. King Andy at the bottom. Both of them have taken out legends along the way.
And Golden Knight gonna headbang his way onto the board here for Diego as the AQ behind the Royal Ghost. And hello, Lightning.
Yeah, I'll take that trade 10 times out of 10.
What about the 11th time?
I don't play that game.
Fair point. And Fishboy out one more time. And that's one of those things where you see a Fisherman. Is there anything else that is ever in anymore? There was the Fisherman meta.
Yeah.
And then now it's just Fisherman's and RG.
It's always with RG. That's really the only way to go. And now with Fisherman out of cycle, Archer Queen out of cycle, that's a very appetizing golem to play.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Golem into the Skeleton King. Or it's called the Giant Skeleton. Get him a crown. Make him a king too.
And AQ back around.
And you like the Giant Skeleton overall for the cleanup that it can do?
Oh, and that barb does not turn and focus on.
What a cheeky NATO out of Diego, because the possibility of you not pulling that Fisherman is so high if he plants his feet too early, and the possibility of you fat fingering that and activating King Tower is so high. So that is a nice NATO out of Diego.
And a lot of Elixir in hand to respond here. Does get that Royal Ghost down just in time to stop that dash coming in, which would have been pretty brutal from that Golden Knight. And King Andy in a pretty good spot right now, considering he's only down by just a couple hundred, and that first Golem push already came in. He's got good defensive opportunities and good defensive capabilities here, but he needs to get that Royal Giant down, I believe, in the opposite lane. Maybe not until he's a little deeper in double, but that needs to happen. Nope, he's going to go same lane.
Right behind that Giant Skeleton. Fishboy trying to pull some stuff away. And this is not going to be... yeah, that NATO's going to be really annoying here for Andy as time goes on. That push wasn't even about getting damage there. It was about trying to set up the next push, because he does have the Elixir advantage now.
And he also felt out all the responses that his opponent has. He knows every single card in his deck. So now he goes, all right, how do I take that information and run with it? The biggest thing here is that it's a tough position for Andy to be in the sense that he doesn't have any big spell. So that Giant Skeleton Bomb he's going to be really leaning on for this entire game.
So the spell work so far from Diego has been pretty nice. The NATO was nice. That Lightning was nice, if not a half step late, but the Lightning was still nice as well. The question is, can he keep on doing that?
Royal Ghost coming down. Golden Knight dashing through. AQ going invisible, and he misses the stop with the Goblin Cage, and the AQ stays alive. And she's still alive, so you see more and more units coming down to try to stop the bleeding.
I mean, the lucky thing here for Diego is it doesn't turn into a big Elixir advantage. Like it could have turned into more. Luckily, the lucky thing is it only ends up with him being down 500 HP.
Right, but the problem with that is he doesn't have his own Elixir advantage to put in golems. I was going to say at least smart golems, but that one's going to go right down. There's the NATO that you were talking about earlier. Once again, pulls it off. A little surprised that King Andy wasn't expecting it, but defense still coming in. A little bit of damage, though, with that death coming in.
Diego needs to start getting that NATO to work for the Golden Knight. So far, that NATO is just pulling stuff in and stopping the separation work by that Fisherman, but he needs to use that. There's a situation, and that's what does make this variation of Golem so dangerous, is that Golden Knight can be a second win condition.
Oh man, I was just gonna say that Fisherman cycled out of desperation was what he had to do, but it really put him in a bad spot. Now there's absolutely no way to get that Golem off of tower. It gets to walk 4 tiles for free, and that's gonna be GG, well played. Yes, there's a little bit of HP left, but it does not matter.
Diego, very nicely selected and very nicely played, and now he's 1 win away from a minimum of $2,000 and becoming one of our second finalists.
Now, I don't play either of these archetypes enough to know truly what to do, but I do know that this wasn't really working other than that mistake, right?
Yeah.
That mistake by Diego, it felt like was the only time that King Andy was really truly able to break on through. Now, they were kind of neck and neck for a long time, but the thing is that the Golem beats the RG as this goes on, and that Fisherman, while it's one of the strongest cards in the game, you're worried because of the NATO, and you're also worried because if it's placed in the wrong spot and then it gets NATO'd, then that Golem gets a free path on through. So that's what we saw. I don't know if you're supposed to go opposite lane in that matchup.
Yeah.
It's really tough, but it was just not going to work out by going in the same lane against that many air units when you only have the AQ and the bats.
So there you go, looking at the matchup, the Royal Giant Skeleton only took 3 RGs down for King Andy. Diego getting 4 golems down. So we saw some really aggressive golem play at Princess Tower, at Bridge. 4 golems almost playing golem cycle. And as far as golem decks go, 4.3, not that heavy.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think of like where does that Fisherman actually need to go? And it's a tough question to answer, right? Because that NATO was so Diego was always hovering with that NATO to figure out exactly where that Fisherman was going to get played, and he did a pretty good job dealing with it. King Andy did, even though it was getting NATO'd around until the very end, right?
Sure.
Then it gets played just a little bit too low, Golem gets a free path to the tower, and there's just not enough damage to take it out.
Well, and that Giant Skeleton ended up being kind of a non-factor in the battle, right? Because the Giant Skeleton, you're thinking of, okay, great, the Giant Skeleton goes down a little bit early and then cleans up the supporting troops. Well, it ended up just being, let me punch the Golem a bunch, and then my bomb ends up not really doing a whole lot. It usually was only a factor after the push was already over, and I don't know if there's a way to change that in that sequencing.
I think the most important thing is you need to force that NATO out somewhere else, right? So if you go on the opposite lane and you kind of support that Royal Giant, maybe you're able to take that Goblin Cage off the board, and then we saw what happened when that happened before. Not only did King Andy break through, but the NATO had to come down defensively by Diego.
True.
So maybe that's the thing that he needed to bait out, although if your opponent is very aware of that, they'll min-max a bit to keep it in their hand. They'll take some damage here and there because they know the it factor for them is making sure that Golem cannot get pulled to the opposite lane or to the King Tower.
And, again, back to the NATO work of Diego, that first one where that Fisherman was on the tower, that NATO, again, if you're a half second late with that Fisherman just plants his feet and no bueno. We've seen that so many times. But also, just for me, the clench for a second, I was like, are you gonna activate King Tower when you do that? That really feels like you're about to do that. Not as important, obviously, in a Golem matchup, but still, especially with how often it was Golemites on tower and not full Golem, could have been impactful.
And then when you talk about what that does to the mentality of King Andy every single time he wants to defend, he's really thinking, well, when do I play my fish boy? Where do I play my fish boy? Well, I need to play him. So then he does play him, and it gets NATO'd in, and it isn't effective. So a really, really great job by Diego, being incredibly patient with what he needed to do. And also, again, I don't know that matchup. I don't know if the way you play through it is to go opposite lane, but what I have been told for years now is that if you're going up against a big, beefy deck and your tank or your strongest, biggest unit is weaker than that, you want to go opposite, right?
Sure.
And that started with the idea of Golem versus Lava Hound. It's obviously kind of gone on with Elixir Golem and other big, beefy cards. It just feels like that's an uphill battle you're not going to win. Prime cut.
Word of the night is beef, boys. Beefy. And Diego with Valk early versus the Dark Prince. I wonder if this is Drill with Dark Prince instead of Valk on the side of Diego and outside of King Andy, and yes, it is. And again, I don't love the Dark Prince variation here, despite that connection.
Diego looking like he's going Graveyard. And you see Valk, Muskie, and Inferno with arrows.
Has that feel. Yeah, Andy played the Royal Ghost in the last variation, and maybe he's thinking, hey, I played Royal Ghost so you don't think that I'm going to play Drill. Well, hey, yo, I'm playing Drill with Dark Prince. But we saw earlier, it's a slower cycle, and you can't pressure opposite lane as nicely with the Dark Prince versus the Royal Ghost. So we'll see how it goes for Andy. But remember, folks, Diego wins this one. He'll go through to the finals to face Harold, where he'll play for a chance at $4,000. Not hot dogs or plastic frogs. Or
I appreciate you specifying. Everyone's
people might wonder.
I know, I appreciate it. He was up high? No?
So I just let that one ride and then set up again.
And Golden Knight comes down to tech that U is, and there's a mortar. Okay, so it's mortar GY. And a heavy deck as well from Diego.
Yeah, pretty beefy, if you will. Magic Archer gets some nice geometry on that left-hand tower. 1962, the year the Bee Gees released their debut album. Or not, I don't really know.
I was going to say, I don't know if that is true, but I'm impressed if it is. Dark Prince and Cannon Cart played cleanup with a little bit of help from the Bar Barrel and the Golden Knight. Everything dropped on this side of the board.
Yeah, that's a lot. I mean, look, some people call this a bridge spam deck, right? Like they don't call it just drill or drill cycle. They call it drill spam because this does have a lot of those spam cards, right? Typically, especially if you run the Royal Ghost variation as opposed to the Dark Prince variation. So part of the success of this deck is a bridge spam concept. And shout out to Jax, one of the top bridge spam players and content creators in North America. And it's the overload. It's winning the bridge fight and then overloading the opposite direction.
And this is just really tough because when you look at what King Andy has to do to play defense, he can drop all these units down on the board and he's getting a good counter push every single time. One of the best things about a lot of graveyard decks out there is that you have the ability to go opposite lane if your opponent has just a lot more DPS and a lot more HP in the same lane as you do, or it makes it so they can't spend as much in one spot because they're worried about what might happen in the opposite. This deck that Diego's running doesn't really have the capabilities to kind of flip on a dime like a lot of great graveyard decks do. It's kind of like, I need to play into the lane that I'm working on, and I hope I get to break through.
Minute 35 remaining in sudden death overtime. So far, Diego finding no purchase, but keep in mind, triple elixir is the beautiful part of the day when you're a graveyard player, so we'll see if you can find an opportunity to get that one moving. Thus far has not been the case.
And this is exactly what I'm talking about. I mean, King Andy, without thought, just goes, all right, let me just drop every single card I have in this left-hand side, because the worst thing that happens is I win the bridge battle, and we're kind of left back at 0-0.
Cycling Valk in the back will take now just one. Nope, picks it up with the Skeleton King, although those of you keeping on the balance changes, now a naked Bar Barrel at the bridge only gets one shot rather than two.
And Magic Archer cycled off into no man's land and ends up being okay here for King Andy. Gets a few shots.
That's a lot coming down, and I don't think this will do much, but can you get anything behind it? And a mortar down. Can that mortar get a little extra on tower? And no, Cannon Cart takes care of business. One shot does get through, though. Yeah,
that splash damage there was working out. And now, ooh, going for the dash. Doesn't get the last one in on the tower. 1737 to 1709. And now Diego has the spell cycle race in hand.
This is where Graveyard can sing. 15 seconds left. Andy's going to have to play drill. Valk's going to have to come out to defend against it. Valk doesn't
Magic
come
Archer
out.
lineup.
Magic Archer going to get so
That's
much damage
huge.
here. Wow. Graveyard not going to be in time. Diego needed to get GY in the mix earlier. Not going to happen. G to the G, woe to the plate. We're going to a game number 3.
Man, that's such a tough play for Diego because that deck is so heavy and it can't ever change lanes. The mortar, you can't just drop down on the bridge and hope something great happens out of it. What?
Is it heavy?
Yes, it's heavy.
Or is it
it's beefy. The Skeleton King, I think that's maybe your it factor in this matchup. I think if you're going Valkyrie, Inferno Dragon with a Musketeer and then you're going to Graveyard, that Skeleton King can maybe create a little bit of pressure opposite lane, but one thing that was not going to work in this matchup was just going into these cards that King Andy has. He has so much HP on his side of the map. There's really no way that you're going to break through. That one Graveyard was it, and I don't really know how Andy allowed that to happen.
Yeah, this was really interesting because, you know, you have the Bar Barrel at the bridge. You see right there taking care of the Musketeer. What you never have is what makes Graveyard and Skeleton King together so annoying, which is that stagger, that layer.
Yep.
Where it's like, okay, I have to defend, I have to spend to defend one, and then try to defend the other. And Diego never found a way to make that happen. Playing from behind a lot of the time. And, you know, maybe the offensive mortars felt like it was his best trick. But at some point, it almost feels like, hey, forget the mortars here, defend drills, and try to find some way to win a bridge fight and get that stack going.
And I think what we've seen with the most successful Skeleton King decks is that you have the cards necessary to feed its soul count, right? You have the bats, you have the Skarmy, you have the Tombstone, whereas in this matchup, if you look, there's nothing really that feeds that Skeleton King other than getting graveyards off, right?
Yeah.
And that alone right there is a big, big time spend. So I don't really know about the synergy of this deck. I know that there have been successful Mortar GY decks in the past, and it makes sense that Skeleton King would want to be in there. And honestly, the cards surrounding it, Inferno Dragon is usually in that deck as well, the old Mortar graveyard decks, there just didn't seem to be good synergy in this one specifically.
Yeah, it didn't work out for him as well. So we talk about what we saw in our first 2 games. On Diego's side, we just, of course, saw that Mortar GY deck. It was the Golem NATO Golden Knight in game number 1. Game number 1 for King Andy, RG Fishboy, now goes to this Drill Cycle deck. So talking about game number 3 on both sides, we've seen Diego come out with a nice read on game number 3. The question is, can he do it again?
You know, one thing that I'm surprised of here so far in today's matches and in general in the whole tournament is that we've seen Electro Giant only once or twice, I think, all day long.
Oh, interesting, yeah.
And I really do believe that it's a card that should be used right now, especially when I think NATO is still in hand for King Andy.
Yeah.
And I know it is not for Diego, so probably not the best opportunity. Oh, no, but he ran Drill in game 1.
He said for Drill Cycle.
Okay, so maybe it's not E-Giant. Maybe he can go to the skies then instead. There's no arrows in Diego's hand because we just saw arrows and Fireball in that deck that he just ran. So maybe going something to the skies could be nice. You mean Clone?
That'd be so.
It's dirty.
That's dirty. That's really why. Why are you calling out the Clone here, man? That's. I mean, let's just go ahead and go Eagle and Battle Healer as long as we're getting that dirty.
It's not in the meta right now.
It's not.
Yeah,
that's true.
It really isn't. But you make one bad Eagle in play, you give that much elixir to your opponent, you're in a lot of trouble. King Andy and Diego going the distance here, going to game number 3 in the final set of our semifinals.
Yeah.
And I know we don't usually do this halfway through the set, but we're all knotted up, and they both played pretty well. Who do you think takes the set?
I think Diego gets the better deck pick here in game number 3. I think he takes a look. We've seen him make good game 3 picks. I think he makes a good game 3 pick and gets the win. Dark Prince up against Minor Skellies so far, so King Andy, Mini P.E.K.K.A. Mini P.E.K.K.A.?
Interesting. Minor Skellies Mini P.E.K.K.A.
Mini P.E.K.K.A.
Poison. I wonder if this is just a control deck.
Mini P.E.K.K.A.?
And that's just his single target DPS. He's probably going to have a building as well. But yeah, Mini P.E.K.K.A. has been showing up a little bit more often, but not in this type of archetype. We've seen it in that Expo deck. We've seen it in the classic like Hog, Princess, Ice Golem, Mini P.E.K.K.A. deck. Not too often with Minor, Poison, Snowball.
And Minor into the safe spot. Guys, you both don't have NATO. You can go to other places. That's one of the big things, right? Is in dual mode, you know there's no NATO. You got to start varying. You should be varying Minor placement from Minor number 1 in this game.
Okay, so he uses the Mini P.E.K.K.A. in lieu of a Knight or a Valkyrie in this deck, and then all of a sudden it does look a little bit more familiar.
Golden Knight not available for Andy. Archer Queen not available for Andy. So, you know, 2 cards that could get mixed in with this. So you're seeing just a no champion version. Now, King Andy's deck, faster, cycles really aggressively. But if we get the triple, Diego has that 3-card cycle because of the Archer Queen.
Yeah, and I think Diego's going to want to try to catch those minors as often as he can with that Dark Prince as we get deeper into this game because that minor plus Snowball is going to be tough. That's a really nice log there from Diego. You can see takes the Musketeer out of play. He has an elixir advantage now, even though he didn't get damage out of it.
Final minute here of regulation time as the Archer Queen cycles to the right-hand side. Poison to get it done. Nice minor poison there. The bats go playing that now. We're starting to play the where you going game as skeletons go high, minor goes low. Poison takes them off anyway, and the minor catch by Diego in the opposite direction. So playing crosswise right now are these two. Who gets to decide where the game takes place? Will it be Diego? Will it be King Andy as Mini P.E.K.K.A. going for a trip all by himself?
Yeah, and Diego's been doing a really good job with his predictive plays to make these pushes that he's creating on offense just make Andy have to spend a little bit more than he'd like, which is why he's in the lead. 1684 to 2240. King Andy doing a decent job of varying up his minor placement.
Snowball just hasn't done it yet And I think Diego's doing a good job of watching where and when. Oh, boy.
Skelly on top of the tower there on the right-hand side along with that poison, and that is just a huge mistake there by King Andy. He needs to be stopping the miners with his P.E.K.K.A. That's really the only good response he has because everything else gives too much poison value. Problem is that P.E.K.K.A. is his best damage dealer in the opposite lane. In his Musketeer, he also doesn't want to give too much value on the right-hand side, so it's just kind of, and there we go. Now the P.E.K.K.A. is coming down to catch the miner. But that AQ is in. That AQ is going to get on tower. Nope.
Snowball nicely played, but now you feel like Andy has plenty of, is going to have to deal with a lot of different options for the defense against the miner. Now, interesting, controlling the mortar in the middle, so that miner going to get on tower here, and that mortar could go to tower as well. 274 right-hand side, 1320 left-hand side. Diego very close to tying this one up, or just to tying this thing up with a bow.
Yeah, and it just really doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me why Andy's not using that P.E.K.K.A. every single time earlier in this matchup. It's too late now. He can't make up the distance that he's lost. Miner can go in. Now the P.E.K.K.A. comes down, but if I figured it out, it's too late, okay? I'm not a pro for a reason. There's no way to get that miner off tower other than with the mini P.E.K.K.A. because if you play the Musketeer on the inside like he did that one time, that's still poison value. So you never want to give that much poison value. We're going to see it again and again and again. And it was kind of like that Electro Spirit for the bats earlier. If you know your opponent's going to keep playing skeletons, just miner poison your way through the rest of this game.
And you saw it was Diego who started varying miner placement earlier than King Andy. And once he got that lead, look, if you're playing miner control against miner control, who controls first, that's the win.
And I think what you said, Rich, is incredibly correct and almost painfully so. You need to know what spells your opponents have. And if you're going to run miner control or a miner mortar deck, you should instantly go to a different spot. Always. Don't go to the inside bottom spot so you can maybe get snowballed to tower, but literally every other spot around that Princess Tower other than one that gets hit by the other Princess Tower as well. There's literally only 2 spots you can't go to. You should not go to that safe spot.
So there you go. Game number 3. Diego will be heading on to our final, and a grand final it's going to be, Glitter.
I'm ready. I am so ready to get into this. That was really, really strong performance from Diego there. Strong adaptability. I'm excited to see how this plays out because now no one that we thought was going to be in the finals is in the finals. And
just rub it in, why don't you?
No,
you guys are brilliant.
Thank you.
It's just sometimes, and you talked about it when you were talking about Hasiel too, sometimes new people come in. And they just show up the competition. And that is what happens. That's why this series is so awesome. We talk about it all the time, but it's what it's here for, allowing these players to make a name for themselves. And you can see how this bracket has played out so far. If you are just joining us for the first time, Harold and Diego have finally pushed their way through semis, now in finals. So that means we've whittled our way down to the final 2 competitors. When we come back, the finals of the Clash Royale Mobile Open Finals, so don't go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
Get it, dime on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my
And here we go. That moment, the only moment, the moment where some stars fade, but some stars shine so bright, the stun glasses have to come on. This is the grand final, the North American edition of the Snapdragon Pro Series, and I had to take that one, Glitter. I know you've been hosting the show, but it's finals time. The money's on the line. We're right here.
Listen, I've been waiting. I've been waiting for the glasses to come out. If anybody knows, Rich, you know that these are a necessity, okay? And he saved them for finals. I feel like that's very, very appropriate, especially after the day that we have had so far here today. You look great, by the way.
Oh, thank you very much. It's the jacket. Mostly the sunglasses are also a big part of it, but the jacket makes the man.
I'm just here, I guess.
You always
Andrew, you look great too. You know what else looks great? The bracket. That's what looks great. Okay, because we got to talk about it one more time before we jump into this match. You'll see how everything progressed, and when all is said and done, it is coming down to Harold versus Diego. And this is anybody's match at this point.
It feels like when you look at this bracket, you go, well, Harold beat Boss 2-0, and you know what? He beat Minnie in a game of 3 or a best of 3, so it's probably him, right? But then you look at Diego's path, and he took down our former champion. He's gone the distance in 2 of his 3 sets, and he 2-0'd Allen to start the day. This really is anyone's matchup.
And Allen's no joke, by the way. Yeah. Allen was in the Combine for CRL back in 2018.
Yep.
Was coaching a bunch of players for CMG last year through some of CRL. So you look at these 2 resumes, and both these guys coming in with a pretty good day.
So Harold goes through Minnie first, then goes through Chris King, and then Boss, and now he's here in our finals. And you know, when you look at this gameplay, when you look at these replays, I think the thing that's going to stand out for me the most, since you can't really see the whole entirety of the 5 minutes, it's the deck choices. I love what we saw out of Harold, and I love when we saw those decks out of him as well. It shows confidence in your ability to play any deck, and it also shows that he either has a pretty good analyst or he's got a pretty great understanding of this dual format. This was the last game against Boss when he was able to take it 2-2-0. On the other side of it with Diego, pretty clean gameplay from top to bottom.
Yeah, very clean indeed. And you continue with that same theme, of course, Diego, his deck picks today have been a big narrative that we've sunk our teeth into because they've been phenomenal. What's really impressed me beyond just the deck picks, talking about both Harold and Diego, is when we do tournaments like this and you're getting sort of a lot of unknowns mixing in with bigger name pros, you always worry about the depth of the deck pools, and also the skill once you get into decks that are not within your central deck pool, and that has not been a problem at all for these two players.
Yeah, and I think that's really an evolution of this dual format, right? Is now in 2022, there is no such thing as a one-trick pro, because that person will get replaced by someone that can play 2 decks as opposed to that one.
Sure.
And the best people in the world, like Mohamed Light, has mastered every single deck out there and every interaction in and out.
Well, we've got to do it one more time. It's the finals. So not only do we care about what these guys are saying, but we want to hear what you guys in chat are saying. Okay, it's the finals. Who do you think is going to take this one home? Will it be Harold? Will it be Diego? Let us know down below in the poll in Twitch chat who you think is going to be the champion of the day. After everything we've seen, I don't even know which way this could possibly go.
Andrew, you pick first.
Okay, perfect. I'm glad both of you looking at me. Let me say, I think, you know what, I'm going to have to keep going. It's like, well, you know, the team that beat my team, that's the team I vote for now. That's what I'm going to do.
Okay.
Diego beat Arden. I'm going to go with Diego.
And you know what? Since he and I have been 50-50 this whole way
it's
through,
true.
I'm picking Harold. It's the settler.
This is it. It all goes down.
Yeah.
Doing it in the boss voice.
Yep.
That's
I'm
not what he
gonna
sounds
lie.
like.
It was close-ish.
Definitely sounds like this.
He does.
I was hoping you guys would split it, though, because I feel like it's probably going to be really close in chat, and I feel like it's literally going to be very close in the actual gameplay. And the only way we will ever find out is when they get things kicked off. So they are getting themselves ready, set up to go for this final matchup. And quick reminder, how much money's on the line?
This is a $6,000 set. Winner
True.
gets 4, second place gets 2, and this is also a place where you start to go, okay, this is who I am. Everyone else has to pay attention to me now. I was able to win this tournament. I was able to beat these big names. I walked away with the 4K prize. I'm coming for you, CRL.
And we've seen these tournaments, especially in the NA region, be a good place to find the next bit of talent. Last year, Hasiel came out as the champion, and that brought him into a pretty successful pro career so far. And Harold has already got one nice feather in his cap, that top 16 at the Queso Cup Gold Edition. This, if he goes forward, feels like it could be a big momentum boost.
And the biggest thing for my boy Arden, since we were just talking about him a moment ago, is after 2 tournaments not going the way he wants, how does he bounce back in the rest of June and July?
I mean, that's one of the most important things about being a pro, is your ability to adapt, to reset. Mentality is always something that we talk about when it comes to any sort of competitive game, because when you struggle, if you want to be one of the best, that cannot be what permanently sets you back.
Well, we'll find out if these two guys are ready for the big stage as we go to our championship match. Harold, bottom of your screen, Diego at the top, and Harold going bait to open things up.
Yeah, true bait inside and out, and Diego maybe going to Mortar. Those 4 cards usually mean Mortar. They can mean other things, and that Royal Delivery is going to be a great response to that AQ throughout this entire 5 minutes.
Royal Delivery, man. When they took the knockback
Did I say Royal
off.
Ghost?
No, you didn't.
Oh, I did?
No, I was just being like, Royal Delivery, man. And it's Hog EQ instead, and the Inferno Tower going to do its job here, although that EQ value will always be in. When the Delivery's knockback got taken away, people were like, oh, Delivery's dead. It still does a whole bunch of damage and then gives you a Royal Recruit.
It is still one of the best cards in the game. It's just also one of the highest skill cap cards in the game, which is why really you only see it be played incredibly effectively at the highest level. A lot of people in mid-ladder or even below 7K, which I guess technically is mid-ladder, are just people that don't time it right? The timing of that Royal Recruit and Royal Delivery is everything.
AQ doing some shred work up high. Valk will go and get a couple of swings in and put pressure the opposite direction. Diego will have to do a little bit of kiting here to keep her off tower. Elixir even for the moment, but Harold knows more has to be spent. A nice Valk there out of Diego.
Yeah, really, really nice Valk there. Dark Goblin being played opposite lane, going to be some good cleanup, and also should stay alive.
So pressure both directions. Fire Spirit. Nice Valk there to do double control duty.
You don't hate that. Valk will not take out that AQ. Hog comes in. Inferno going to come down.
Inferno has to go really low because of that Archer Queen, but the combination does its job. Inferno Tower taking care of the Hog, but this gives Diego just a nice opportunity for some EQ sight.
Yeah, this is a really interesting matchup for Diego. I think he's probably still trying to figure out exactly how he wants to play through it, because Hog EQs plus AQs is something that he can do, but that's still a lot to be spent. And when it comes to spell power, we haven't seen anything big out of Herald yet. There's the poison coming down, so that actually opens up at least some of the ideas for how Diego wants to win this game.
Little EQ action on the right-hand side. Archer Queen gets one shot in the left-hand lane, 1885 to 2508. And the interesting part about this one is the Dart Goblin will cross the bridge, so Diego doesn't have to use the log as much for the Dart Goblin, can really save it for those barrels. Unlike with Princess, where you often have to get a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah. And I like that Spear Goblin pressure. It baits out that Valkyrie. Does get the Royal Delivery out of cycle, though. And maybe a poison here on top of that AQ. Goes with a deep barrel.
Easily read there by Diego. And deep barrel, or as you might call it, the 6500 special. Doesn't really work here all that much.
And Delivery going to clean up that AQ. Maybe not the best use of the ability, knowing that the Royal Delivery was in cycle, but still demands that response.
Nice little bit of extra damage there, 1483 on the left-hand lane. Hog does not get a shot, 2184 remaining as we go to our final 90 of sudden death.
Valkyrie misplaced by just a hair, allows the Dart Goblin to squeeze around it, but good damage in on that right-hand side with those guards.
Herald doing a good job of just recognizing that there's a lot of different ways for him to get damage.
Yes.
And he's used not just the Goblin Barrel, but the Dart Goblin, the Spears. He's just pressuring that left-hand lane over and over and over again and has not really had to worry much at all. Hogs are unlikely to get any significant hits.
And like you said, doing a good job of figuring out how to get damage and also doing a really great job of figuring out how to defend differently, right? He's used guards plus Dart Goblin. This time you see him using a handful of different things. He takes a couple shots on that left-hand side, but now you see the damage being split here for Diego, which is not what he wants late game. He's going to lose the spell cycle race, and he's going to lose the cycle race. So how does he break on through this?
Well, I think Diego's actually happy that the fight's in the same lane now, because he can turn whatever defenses he has straight down that same lane, and it does feel like Herald's kind of committed here to the left-hand side. Whether that turns into damage, this Hog hit would be absolutely massive. 1 in, 1120 to 1097, and just like that, log EQ versus poison by itself, maybe with Goblin Barrel, this could be turning the way of Diego.
958. Hog will not make it on through. There's the Fire Spirits to stop. There's the barrel coming down. Needs to get a poison in. No, does not get the poison in time. And that one tick from the EQ comes in the final second. You're sitting there waiting to pull the trigger on the poison. You got to pull the trigger on the poison earlier. EQ, instantaneous damage. Brutal.
Look at that. What a... and that, I was telling you, that was the change that Diego wanted. He wanted to be able to play in the same lane and get value. He couldn't get value when it was a crosswise game. It turns into a same lane game. He gets value, and this is that final shot. Diego going Curry from deep, getting the damage on tower, and man, look at the tick here. Look how fast he cycles, and EQ was just down, able to get one more in, and that barrel didn't surround. That barrel went to the front. Why are you going barrel to one spot?
I will tell you why right now is that Herald was shook in those final seconds. You could watch it in the last probably 10, 15 seconds. There was a lot of interactions that were not ideal. They weren't terrible, but they weren't optimal. And Diego saw that, and he goes, you know what? You're playing too passively. I'm going to outcycle you. I'm going to Earthquake, Log, Skellies, there's another Hog. He got 2 Hogs down in those final moments so quickly that Herald could not do anything other than just continue to Inferno Tower. One of the best things he was doing earlier on was creating pressure in the opposite lane and defending differently. But in this situation, he just got a little too passive, and that's a great Fire Spirit plus Log combo as well. But there you go. This is what you're talking about. Barrel goes to the front left-hand side. No reason to do that. Don't have to worry about a King Tower activation. You want to surround because the best way to get it is Log.
If he surrounds there, he gets the hit.
Yeah.
Log's not in cycle.
Yeah.
If he does a normal Goblin Barrel,
because he just Fire
wins.
Spirit logged, right?
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying I think he was shook.
Yeah.
Because, you know, you start to get rattled, you start to lose track of your elixir, which is he was like, wait, I need to poison. I didn't realize we're out of time. And he loses track of the cycle. Like you said, if Log is out of cycle, he has to either place a Valkyrie perfect or really overspend, right? Valk up front, Skelly's in the back, what have you. But he didn't recognize that. He didn't run with it. And that's what you have to do with bait.
27 HP, the difference. And I'll guarantee you right now that if Harold does not come back for the reverse sweep, that 27 HP is going to be sitting in his mind for a while because, man, that was just a brutal, brutal turn of events. And it was also, you kind of go back a little bit, it was the Hog that got the couple of shots earlier on that changed everything. Because up until then, it was being forced to play a crosswise game just didn't give Diego the ability to turn anything into anything.
Well, I think King Andy in that instance, I think he cycled his guards and his Valkyrie in the right-hand lane. So what does Diego do? He goes, all right, I know you think I'm only playing in one lane, but I already have a Valkyrie down on the board. I'm just going to support it with a Hog Rider, right? And that's exactly what he did. You get those shots in. That tower went, I think, to like 2K, or the other one was at 2100. And like you said, he goes, all right, cool. Let me just focus on this lane then. Because if you are going to, if your only way to get damage on me is to barrel and poison, that means I can overspend on defense and push down that lane, and I can continue to cycle these Hogs rapidly. And then that value you're getting earlier on when you play an Inferno Tower and they play Hog EQ, that disappears in double and triple elixir.
Yeah, absolutely. Now keep this in mind. We're talking about deck picking going on. AQ out, so a lot of things that now Harold's not worried about anymore. Doesn't really, he doesn't have to play Lightning if he doesn't want to.
Right.
Could play it as a swerve, as you would say. But we don't know on the other side of it. No champions played on the side of Harold, which while we saw it didn't work out well for him in this case, it does make him more unpredictable as we go on.
I think what's really important for Harold to do in this game, since he is someone that there's a little bit less game tape on, is go to whatever comfort deck you have, unless it's 2.6 or 3.0 Expo. Go comfort. I don't care if it's old school Splash Yard. I don't care if it's Bowler Loon Freeze. You clearly were playing shook in that last game, especially in the last 30 seconds, which I'm never going to fault anyone for. This is probably the most pressure either of these guys have ever had in a best of 3. However, go back to comfort, because what I saw there in the final moments with bait just wasn't doing it.
Is this Golem? No, interesting. So Heal Spirit with Bandit.
3M?
There's no way 3M Pump Mirror.
No.
The AQ in, yeah, that deck would be running the Golden Knight instead. And Diego looking like Fireball bait potentially. No, maybe not with the Skeleton King down.
That could be Graveyard. Zappies are sometimes with that. Also, Barb Barrel and Skeleton King are as well.
AQ stays alive, and Skeleton King takes the shot and gets down.
Nice Fireball.
Nice Fireball indeed. Harold has Elixir, and Snowball does clean things up. Looking, the Heal Spirit's the weird part, right? It does look like some sort of bridge spammy deck.
Yeah, it does look like an overwhelm idea here.
And just cycling Bandit to the right-hand side. Fisherman. Is this
RG?
RG then?
And there's the Battle Ram. Nice connection there with the Heal Spirit. Good Snowball coming in. Maybe a bit of an overspend there, but a lot of DPS here on the board.
But he can't get past the Skeleton King.
No, sir.
And that's a nice shutdown with the ability. Passing the midway point of regulation time. Harold does have the Elixir advantage, even though he is behind by about 180, 190 HP.
I have to say that Diego does look to be playing a lot more composed than Harold right now, and it's a weird thing to track because there's not a lot of damage that's gone on either side, but it just feels like the plays coming from Diego are just like one step ahead of Harold, at least as of right now.
Does feel like Harold's getting a lot of forcing in, does not.
Hey, there you go. Force that in. Why not? And doesn't work out.
Yeah, you saw maybe the Fish Boy trying to go ahead and get the lineup for the King Tower activation there. Didn't end up happening.
And that's Skarmy getting a lot of value right now.
I mean, the Fireball for the Magic Archer is just so brutal for Harold, because now he has to figure out, like, what can I do? It's whenever it's in your hand, if you're not in a situation to play it high, you're just giving someone an opportunity to get value with that tower. on the right-hand side.
Yeah, and one of the biggest issues here is that Heal Spirit is not going to be enough to take care of a Skarmy. It's not going to be enough to take care of all the Skellies from that Skeleton King, so Herald is having to really pick and choose where he uses his Snowball, especially because those Magic Archers keep getting fireballed off the board.
Why is Heal Spirit here?
Why
Unless he's
is
playing,
Heal
I guess he's playing E-Barbs as the last card here, which he certainly could be. And we'll find out. I'm assuming he'll play, if he is, that he'll play them when we get in the triple.
And again, fireball value just coming in. Diego chipping away, not getting touched much on his towers. And the composure that we're seeing from Diego in this final set, these grand finals, has been very impressive. Now Herald goes for his first big offensive strike. Magic Archer gets a few shots in.
Yeah, 23-89 on that right-hand lane. Still a fair bit behind, courtesy of those fireballs being cycled on the right-hand side. 19:29 remaining there with a minute 16 on the clock. Herald fighting for his life.
You see that Fishboy did not know who to target. Went to the Royal Ghost, then went to the Bandit. Finally pulls that Heal Spirit. And this is what we're talking about with that Skarmy. Snowball has to be used on the Skarmy. There's not a really other great way to get through it. So now that Skeleton King ability has to come out. Just rinse and repeat. Now Fireball going to the left-hand side, right? Like, this is all kind of by the book at this moment.
Magic Archer not a factor. Skeleton King still alive. Mother Witch behind.
Oh, wow. Piling up.
And it just, Magic Archer is one of my favorite cards in the game.
Yep.
And when you can't get him going, it's the most frustrating thing.
It feels like incredibly useless when you can't get it going. And these fireballs have been so well played by Diego. Literally, Diego was doing exactly the perfect defense and the perfect chip play. I'm sure the last card is Royal Giant. He recognized early on in this matchup, I don't need to play it. I can just do what I'm doing right now, and I'm going to coast on through to a grand finals. Herald throws in the white flag, and just like that,
Wow.
Diego,
Wow.
94. Seemed like a guy didn't know a lot about. He takes down Allen in the round of 16. Okay, how about when we get down to 8? He beats our former champion in Arden Toas, goes through King Andy, goes through Herald, and we have a champion of split number 2.
Diego, $94,000 in your pocket.
Hey!
Right there for that guy. Man, this is one of those games, you know, that you look at Herald and you look at the Heal Spirit. I can't wait to see what the decks were afterwards.
Yeah.
So we figure out what that final card was, if it was in fact E-Barbs or what the heck was going on with that final card. You look at the Heal Spirit, which is kind of a dead card in this situation. The Magic Archer, when you can't get a Magic Archer going, it's like, you know, when you have a dream, you try to run, but your feet are being caught by your blankets.
Yes.
So you can't run at all. That's what the Magic Archer felt like for him here. And Diego continues this amazing run, not just of good gameplay, but of being the deck picker of the day by far.
100%. And when you talk about someone this young, understanding that matchup, it was E-Barbs and it was Royal Giant. You and I know what we're doing every now and then, and neither of those cards needed to be played. Well, technically, Diego didn't need to play as Royal Giant. Herald probably needed to find a place to get those E-Barbs down. You get the E-Barbs down with the Heal Spirit behind, but it's just so hard. Where do you go? You cannot stop the Skarmy. That was the biggest problem. He could not stop the Skarmy. The Snowball had to go to the Skarmy, which meant the Skeleton King could reign free, or vice versa.
Yeah, Skarmy, Skeleton King, Mother Witch, all of that. And the Skeleton King, Skarmy, Zappies, all of those making it so annoying. And the E-Barbs, really, what they would have been great for is if the Royal Giant actually got played. But the Royal Giant never came into play, so it ended up being a 7-card match both directions, and that 7-card match going the way of Diego.
Well, Glitter, you saw history today. Rich and I have been 50-50 for 5 years, but I did pick Diego
that's true.
in that game.
And that's going to count towards the overall.
We'll probably just
50,
stop
50.
now. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I mean, you should.
I think it's a draw, to be honest. I call it a draw.
There was the game this morning.
Yep, it was a draw.
Was it truly a draw, though?
Glitter,
Yeah.
it was a draw.
I was just asking questions. Okay.
Don't make us bust out our boss voices. Glitter, it was a draw. It was a draw, Glitter.
It was a draw.
This is how they're going to cast the entire next event, is going to be in that voice. They'll be fried before they even make it to semis, but it will be entertaining in the meantime. But of course, that was a wrap on our finals, which means huge congratulations to Diego for taking home that first place spot. Very, very well deserved. I mean, especially when, like you were saying, Andrew, I mean, he went through defending champion, took out Arden, and put up in a fight the entire way. 2-0 for the finals. So strong a performance coming out of Diego. And that's what we love about the Snapdragon Pro Series as we take a look back on some of the highlights from this final matchup.
Yeah, and talking about that set of Diego versus Arden, Arden really did not look like he knew what to do in that game number 3. He came out with that Mega Knight Prince Zap deck, and Diego just goes, I know what you can play, I know what you can't play, and I know how to beat you with that information.
God, this one just feels so rough here. This is one of those, like we talked about it before. If Harold just, we don't know, the matchup might have been different in game number 2. They might have picked different decks. Right. If Harold had won that, it's hard to make that call. But if Harold does just throw a bar barrel that goes alt in a normal spot, we're probably going to game 3 right now. Glitter's still hanging out, like watching the games.
Yep.
You and I are still talking about beef or whatever. Like it's all going
living our best lives.
Yeah, living our best lives instead. Harold has to settle for $2,000, while Diego gets an extra 2 on top of that to go, I don't know, spend on more burritos, which is what I'm going to spend my money on.
Yeah, I would love to eat a burrito. And then you talk about Harold in this final matchup, just really struggling to figure out, how do I break through? I cannot do it. Diego had such great composure, such great deck choices, and honestly, I'm excited to see where he goes after this. Now remember, we did see him in round 4 of CRL last year. He was the number 32 finisher, so he has been going for quite some time, but today is his big coming out party.
A big one indeed. 4K and the champion of our second split.
It finally pulls
He
that heel
most
spirit.
certainly is. So that's pretty much what we've got here. So before I let you guys go,
Okay.
I need some final thoughts. Was today what you expected in any way, shape, or form? How do you feel after everything's said and done?
Not at all what I expected. I thought we were going to see like Ian and Arden in the semis, a nice little battle of the Titans. I honestly didn't know what to expect on the top side of the bracket. I think the top side of the bracket kind of shook out close to what I felt. Like that one seemed to be the more unpredictable part. But the predictable side of the bracket turned out to be a shocker as well.
Yeah, I think the biggest surprise for me was how much Royal Giant Skeleton we saw. It was very popular all day long, probably the most popular archetype of the day. I love the variation of the deck choices. I was bummed to see Arden go down, but I love seeing Diego come up. And I think the other thing that was surprising to me, with all the talk on Twitter, all the Grand Challenge wins out there, and on top ladder, almost no E-Giant today at all. So there must be something at the highest level where people are going, you know what, that card is really great, but it's easily controllable, like we see with 2.6, like we see with Expo. So those are my big surprises of the day, and a big-time congratulations to Diego.
Well done.
Yeah, we've said it a million times, era of everyone. This is the place to take out the Giants, to make a name for yourself, and then looking forward into next season, potentially come back, win some more money. But that's a wrap. That's all she wrote in our Clash Royale Snapdragon Mobile Open Finals. Obviously, congratulations to Diego on taking home first place. And of course, thank you so much to all of our players for participating today. We cannot wait to see you all again soon. As always, a huge thank you to our sponsors, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force. On behalf of myself, my fellow co-casters, and everyone behind the scenes here at ESL Studios, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you back here soon.
Bye.
The grand final, the North American edition.
58, Hog will not make it on through. There's the Fire Spirits to stop. There's the barrel coming down. Needs to get a poison in. No, does not get the poison in time. And that one tick from the EQ comes in the final second. Doing right now. And I'm going to coast on through to a grand finals. Harold throws in the white flag. And just like that, Diego, 94. Seemed like a guy didn't know a lot about. He takes down Allen in the round of 16.
dime on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night.